The first ever active duty service member to win the coveted title.
Failure is not an option.
Her military experience front and center on stage.
It's been more than 6 years since that first solo flight, and I'm now an active duty officer for the United States Air Force.
Just last year, Madison graduated from the U.S. Air Force Academy in Colorado with a degree in physics.
Graduating from the Air Force Academy has enabled me with the skills to lead, to learn, and lead with passion across our nation.
She rose to the rank of second lieutenant and was selected to be a pilot.
Perfect.
And that's not all. She's currently a graduate student at Harvard, pursuing a master's in public policy. She's also made it her life's mission to raise money for pancreatic cancer research. She started the Whitney Marsh Foundation in loving memory of her mom, Whitney, who passed away from the disease more than 5 years ago when Madison was just 17.
Pancreatic cancer is one of the most underfunded cancers in the country, yet it remains the #3 cancer killer.
Madison, now a voice for her mom and a role model for young women everywhere. From the flight line to the pageant spotlight, Miss America 2024 is proving that the sky's the limit. Wow. And Madison's here with us, fresh off that historic win.
Wow.
What a moment. What was it like to hear it's you? You are Miss America.
I think I had an out-of-body experience. I remember standing there with my first runner-up, Ellie, and I don't think I even knew where I was in that moment. And it's still crazy watching those videos because I don't feel like it even happened. So.
You have so many life achievements at this young age. I'm just thinking at you, listening to all these and watching this. Where does this one rank among those?
Oh my gosh. This one, they're all just so different. So it's hard to rank them, but I feel like this one is really important to me because winning Miss America is not about me. I think of all of the women that came before me, the first people that served in combat, the first female astronauts, the first female everything. And they opened up the door for me to do something like this. And I think by being a military member and being Miss America opens that door for other women. And so it is about all of the other women that I get to represent around the globe.
And you know what I like about it? It's like you're not going to be put in any box. You're not a beauty pageant queen only, and you're not an active duty member of the military only. You're all those things. This is what all of us want. We're hoping one day would be, where you could be anything and everything you wanted to be. How does that feel, spreading that message?
It reminds me, so my mom obviously was a very integral part of my life, and it always taught me, sticking to myself. And I think I always kind of went to the own bit of my own drum growing up, and that's what she would always tell me. And I think I really try to push myself at the Air Force Academy because there's always going to be people that might doubt you or try to push you to just do one thing. And I had always said to myself, I'm not going to do that because that wasn't what I wanted. It didn't feel like me. And so I needed to do everything at once. And that's what I knew going into Miss America, that if I was going to win or walk away with my friends and memories and not winning, then I needed to do it on my terms as Madison Marsh with all of the different hats that I get to wear. So.
You talked about your mom for a minute. You said she would have been your first hug. She raised you so well. As I'm listening to what you're saying, this is what we want our daughters to say.
Oh, thank you so much.
Tell us a little bit about her.
My mom, even though it is so hard, obviously, to lose her, I can only imagine how lucky I am to have even gotten to know her to begin with. She was someone that had always taught service as being the forefront. She was a CASA worker and volunteer, so working with children in foster homes. And it always showed me from a young age that I've gotten to live a good life because of the home that her and my father gave me. And so since I have a good life, I need to be giving a good life to other people. And that's what I want to do as Miss America, representing people in the military, representing pancreatic cancer patients and everyone else in between, because as Miss America, I represent everybody. And so I'm so excited to get to bring the spirit, the life, and the love of my mom to people all across the country.
We are already doing that. You have her foundation, you're raising money and awareness for pancreatic cancer. We have to mention you are a Harvard grad student. You're studying public policy. It's all coming together. And what's your hope? What is it that you're hoping to do in the future? You've already accomplished enough for any one lifetime, actually multiple lifetimes. But what's your big dream and your big goal?
Oh, well, obviously I really am excited to continue serving in the military, and I think post-military service, I would love to dive deep into my nonprofit, the Whitney Marsh Foundation, and making it one of those large cancer nonprofits that you hear about, like Susan G. Komen or PanCan, and diving into that to make national policy that meets the needs of all pancreatic cancer patients. Because like I said, it's severely underfunded. Not a lot of people know about it. It's difficult to detect, treat, and cure, all the things. And I want to be helping patients at the forefront. And so that's where I see my life going.
And when you're done with all that, will you run for president? That's what we think that you would be.
When do you turn 35?
We'd be just about perfect. All right. Well, thank
Allison,
you.
thank you.
We're proud of you. Wow.
so much for having me today.
Congratulations. Wow.
Welcome back. The new season of True Detective has the perfect setting for a spooky mystery. Northern Alaska, just as the region dips into darkness for weeks on end. Okay, if you're not hooked already, let's add this. How about Jodie Foster to the mix? The two-time Oscar winner plays the police chief of a small town gripped by a shocking disappearance. And she's on the case, whether she likes it or not.
You sent me to Ennis. Actually, no, you appointed me to Ennis. You gave me this nice office in this lovely ex-dental building so that I could handle the unique issues that arise in an isolated community during the sunless season. I'm here to serve.
You loved it. You loved shooting
Loved
that.
every minute of it. And
Okay.
this is nothing. It's cold here, but it's nothing compared to
Wait,
Iceland.
Iceland was what, freezing and dark all the time?
It was. Well, it got dark mostly from, early December on into the
Okay.
beginning of March. But yeah.
But you enjoy it. Is this true? This is the first time you've played a detective since Silence of the Lambs?
Yeah, I think that's probably true. Yeah.
And
I'm
is it-
sure I avoided it a little bit because, I got a lot of scripts sent my way that were sort of like Silence of the Lambs. So I avoided it for a while.
How many people walk up to you and do the whole Clarice and the fava beans?
I
and
love
the
it. I love
you
it.
do?
Yeah, I like
For real?
it.
Why?
I think it just feels like somehow what we did was meaningful and that it entered into the collective unconscious. I think that's a good thing for us because it was a film that had a lot of heart.
True Detective, this show, people are crazy about it. What made you decide that you wanted to do this?
Well, it's a great script.
Yeah.
So that was first and foremost. And then I met Issa Lopez, our director, who is, has such vision, funny, first one on the dance floor, flexible, prepared, just so intelligent and emotionally intelligent. So that was a no-brainer.
Well, it's a home run, this one for sure. You know what I love about you? Say so many cool things, but one of the things I loved was you said that your 50s, you described it not as a mess, but not great.
Yeah.
Your 50s were kind of a
Confusing.
mess. Confusing.
Yes.
But your 60s, where you are today,
Yeah.
is a place where you feel like your heart can rest, your home. Describe what's happening.
I don't want to take credit for it, though, because I think it's some kind of hormone or something that got injected into my system where suddenly, like, the day I turned 60 was, one of the best days of my life. And
Why?
I don't know. I just feel like suddenly nothing really mattered and everything was a bonus and I was just happy and content and I wasn't competing with my old self and I had no expectations for what was happening and I was ready for what was going to come.
Did you, when did you start feeling comfortable in your own skin, like being yourself?
Well, I don't know, because that's a daily thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, how is today? So,
Yeah.
so I guess you just have to hopefully you get more good days than bad. But it is weird growing up as a public figure. I don't recommend it for anybody. I think it's a tough road, and especially when you start so young. When you start when you're 3 years old, so it's a long road of figuring out like who you are and who is your job and what part of you
Pleasing
is your
people,
job,
right?
And all that stuff.
Did you ever, since you did, I mean, you've been doing this since you're 3 years old, were there times throughout your life where you said, you know what, Uncle, on this career,
Oh, yeah.
you've thought about it?
Every week. Every week I think
Even
about
now.
it. I'm like, wait, I should have been, why am I not? And I'm sure there's, because I was always like, well, I should have gone into academia and I should have written books. And then I'm sure that there's a college professor out there that's like, I should have been an actor.
I should have been an actor.
I should have been an actor.
If you were in academia, what would you have studied? What would have been your lane, do you think?
Well, my thing that I studied was African American and African literature, so that was my area of expertise, I guess. Whatever expertise you have as an undergrad, whatever it would have been about books, because that's my first love. Is words and books.
Speaking of love, do you know who adores you?
Who?
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Ah!
Had her on yesterday. She
my bestie.
She couldn't. That's what she said. She goes, "Wait, Jodie's on tomorrow? Are you kidding?"
Yeah.
So she was so thrilled. I didn't realize the connection.
Yes, we have a group. It's a group of us. There's,
Yes.
6 of us, and we do everything together.
So I asked her if she had a question for you. So I have an
Okay. Oh,
envelope.
look.
She actually left an
And
envelope.
that is her
You know it's her
handwriting.
handwriting.
Yes.
This looks like an Oscar envelope, but okay.
Okay.
It says she put a kiss on
Yes.
it, so it's real.
Nice.
She said, "This is sweet. What are you most proud of Alex's new film, Alok?" So
Alok.
Yeah, Alok.
Yes.
Alex is
It's-
your wife, and she
Yes.
said, I want her to have a chance also to gush about her.
Oh.
Because she said, I think that's
Oh.
important. So
Well, it's right now. It's going to be premiering at Sundance tomorrow,
Mm-hmm.
and it's an extraordinary documentary short. I guess I'm most proud of the fact that Alex and Alok are part of making people better instead of worse. I think it's about freedom and about being your best self and being free, and I have a lot to learn from it. So I'm excited for her, and I can't wait to be there by her side. And to have it not be about me. That's great.
isn't it fun to brag about somebody you love?
It really is.
It's the best.
It is.
That's what Jamie did, and that's what you're doing.
Yes,
But-
we get to brag about Chris as well.
Yeah.
Her husband.
Yeah.
I'm going to brag about Chris, about how awesome he is.
Wow. Well, Jodie, thank you so much. We are so happy that you came to see us. You're going to stick around on the 4th hour and visit with
Okay.
me and Jenna. There's more.
Okay,
Not going
good.
anywhere. True Detective, Night Country. It airs Sunday nights on HBO. Savannah, over to you.
Oh, so cool. Thank you, Hoda. Coming up next, Jill and we're in bed again.
I know.
It's our
We're in
favorite
bed.
place because we want to hunker down right now. It's cold out there. It's like, it feels like 18 below. So we've got cozy stuff for Steals and Deals, right?
I mean, look at me. I'm all bundled
Bundle
up, ready.
Snug in with Jill. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Jill's Steals and Deals is sponsored by Wells Fargo Credit Cards. Credit cards made for the way you live. That's real life ready.
We're back in all new Steals and Deals. It is bone chilling across much of the country. It is ridiculous. I'm cold inside,
Right.
you know? Okay, so we have some essentials this morning for the cold weather. We've got Today Lifestyle and Commerce contributor Jill Martin Brooks here. You can start shopping by scanning that QR code. Jill, good morning. Let's get cozy, friend.
Okay, well, you know I like nothing more. So I want to start with this bed set because
Okay.
a lot of people don't like to use fussy duvets, but need a bed makeover. Everything should start with the bed in
Yeah.
terms of like if you want to do a makeover. So these are all neutral colors, Bola and Braun comforter set. You get the comforter and 2 pillow shams. So
It's not a duvet, it's a comforter. So you don't have to stuff it.
It's one layer.
like that.
So
Okay.
it's very easy to make the bed. I love the neutral colors. Here's what it looks like all done.
Pretty.
It comes in like jump sizing, so it's twin XL, full queen, or king and king cow. So
Okay.
they have mineral stone shore are the colors, which I love. Just very neutral. I do a white to spice up the room even in the winter because I feel like it's
and then
so
you can
bright.
also put colored throw pillows if you want to.
Yes, if you want to
jazz
zhuzh it up.
Yeah.
100% organic cotton, machine washable. So the deal price $174.50 to $199.50. That's 50% off.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that's great.
Are we gonna do this oil
Yeah. So
situation?
now this
Okay,
situation. My sister-in-law is obsessed with these, like making her home smell like, you know, when you walk
like the
into a hotel.
spa. No, yeah.
So this actually works because everyone's like, does it work? Yes, it works.
does. I
The
just inhaled
Pure
it.
Daily Care Harmony Smart Diffuser and Bluetooth speaker. So the retail's $149.95. This is a total win. It's Bluetooth connected, so you get the app and you can control the 7 different lighting options and sounds, and it sets a timer. It also has pairs with Alexa and Google Home, so it can make your life easier because it's a speaker.
That's
so it's
fun.
great because you can unwind while listening to your favorite podcast or album. 3 different essential oils come with it: lavender, eucalyptus, and peppermint. It humidifies and refreshes your home. Great for winter dryness. The deal price $39. That's 74% off.
Ooh.
That's a great gift.
I
It
might
comes with
need that.
Each of the sets.
I love
yeah.
that it comes with the oil.
Yeah, because then it's not fussy.
Yeah, you can start it like right away. Okay,
so
PJs.
PJs.
These are cute.
Aren't they? With the hearts. Okay, so Priv, the Love Notes Dreamwear Collection pajamas. The retail's $129. It's in this delicious, yummy fabrication. Has the pockets, has the buttons, and just an adorable set.
Yeah.
You cannot go wrong. Comes in extra small to extra large. For reference, I wear the small. The retail price is $129. The deal price is $33. That's 75% off. And what a great gift. Let me
Cute.
fix her
And by
collar.
the way, you could be a little Valentine's
I'd say,
present
yeah.
for somebody. 'cause
Yeah, and
hearts.
always hearts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this I'm rocking now on my feet underneath. They have grips on the socks. Okay, this is a cashmere blend, My Bodhi slipper socks, gloves, or beanies. Okay, the retail price is $125. So these are obviously great to combat the cold. But
Yes.
look, if you could go in really tight and see the speckles, I love that there's little speckles
Yeah,
in there.
cute.
And then these are all lined. Look how delicious these are. These socks, which I'm wearing underneath my boots, and they have the grips at the bottoms.
cool.
Yep, or the gloves, and it's a whole situation. The retail price $125. Deal price for any of the items $28. That's 78% off.
Wow, all
Okay,
right.
2 more very quickly. The Helios and hand warming pillow.
What?
It's $87.99. Is the
What are you supposed
retail.
to do? Take this outside?
No. You can take
Oh,
it
hey,
outside.
what's up? Oh,
right,
hi.
Right. But
Yeah.
let's be realistic.
Hey.
You're sitting home and you
okay.
have a tummy ache, or you want to
Oh.
put it on your back.
Yeah.
It has a power pack in it, like one of those
Okay.
portable chargers,
All right,
and
I'm-
it connects to the rechargeable battery.
It just feels good too.
I know, but now you don't have to be connected to the wall. You know, when you're always looking for an outlet for
True.
the heating pad.
Right.
So love this. Okay, I know. The deal price is $29 for any of the colors. That's 67% off. Keeps your hand warm, your tummy warm.
This one
Okay,
matches my
last up.
outfit. Okay, I'm bringing it over.
Low-lay synth down vest. The retail's $129. I love a vest to layer. It's very hot in here, but love it over a sweater, over a jean jacket.
Why do you give Craig that? You gave him a clear opening.
90 degrees in here all the time.
Well,
oh,
wait till
sorry.
the
I'm
third hour.
actually
it gets-
cold right now, and I have my heat warmer pad you gave me.
Right, and well,
Are
I'm
you
hot
Team
too.
Craig on the temperature
I
in the
am
studio?
Team Craig on the temperature. I know, and well, the deal price is $37 plus free shipping, up to 70% off. I was about to get very personal, but I will not. But yes, it is very hot in here.
Well, I just want you to know that Hoda and I are team. We're always cold.
I know.
And then the hothead over here.
I know.
Can we take us through the products?
Yes. Okay. So we have the Boll and Branch comforter comforter set, the Pure Daily Care Harmony Smart Diffuser and Bluetooth speaker, the Priv Love Notes Dreamwear collection, the My Bodhi Cashmere Blends slipper socks, gloves, or beanies, the Helios hand warming pillow, and the Lola Brands Rose Synth down vest. And you got a little gossip in this deals.
You did. You really did. And it's so cold that I actually need 2 of these things. So, Jill, if you want to shop, and I know you do, you scan the QR code, go to today.com/deals. And just so you do know, Today does make a commission for purchases made through the links. Oh, Mr. Hot Stuff.
Hot stuff.
You're so funny. Thank you. Kaylee Lindenau, just back from the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas. And Katie always brings the goods. And this time, she's ready to share some of her favorite and very innovative finds, including this really cool backpack. But first, this is Today on NBC. We're back, 8:52, with tech expert Katie Lindenau. She recently attended the Consumer Electronics Show out in Las Vegas, and Katie was kind enough to bring back a few of her absolute favorite innovative discoveries.
Yes.
Always good to have you.
Always good to be with you. And CES, this is my 15th year.
Gosh.
I always look for the wow factor products, but also the practical ones that can really be impactful in people's lives. A lot of health tech at CES. This was my favorite technology. These are Xander glasses.
Oh.
Closed captioning glasses. If you can't hear it, you can see it. Popped up right in your vision, and I'm going to let you explain it. Our closed captions that are so incredibly easy to
this
read
is awesome.
in real time, no Wi-Fi needed. What I love about this too is I have loved the military. They have a great collaboration with the VA, and they've had so many incredible stories with elderly, with
Katie,
just different kinds of patients.
Every word, by the way, they haven't made one mistake. Not one
what we
mistake.
like.
Even punctuation's included.
Yes.
So if you've got like an issue with your hearing or you've got some other potential disability, this is perfect.
Xander glasses are the way to go, and you can control the font in 3 different sizes, and you can also change. You see that little pop-up in your view with augmented reality?
Yeah.
You can move the placement of that closed caption box.
Are they on the market now? Or are
They're ready for pre-order right now.
expensive? Probably.
A little expensive, but
Okay.
worth it if you have hearing issues, right?
Now, my kids would love these backpacks.
Oh my goodness, so these are so cool. AI in everything at CES, but AI even in backpacks. And these are programmable AI backpacks that you can actually tell the app anything that you want created, and it will put that design right on the backpack. And I have to show you, Craig, we actually created something a little for you here.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna put this backpack on. And as you see here, little hey Craig action,
That's
because
cute.
what I told it to do is make a little sign for you.
That's cute.
And you have yourself a very customized, personalized
I'm gonna
backpack
wear-
from Happy Sights AI backpack.
Where's my Hey Craig backpack? What do we have next? Dave Auerbach, by the way, our stage manager, was just swearing by this.
Oh my goodness. So say goodbye to itchy bug bites and say hello to Heat It. It is this tiny little accessory that you put on your keychain. Pretend you have a bug bite on your hand. I can actually heat it up in a matter of seconds. Go ahead and flip over to heat and treat the bug bite. Such incredible technology and works so easily. Heats up just enough, and you can also toggle the sensitivity. Great for ages 4 and up. If you get bit by mosquitoes, you know how much of a pain it is. Heat It is incredible.
I get bitten by mosquitoes, and my kids too, all summer long. Tell me about this keyboard.
I know you miss your BlackBerry.
I do.
You loved your BlackBerry.
I did.
This
That's
has
how old
been one
I
of the
am.
hottest gadgets at CES. There is only one that is off the show floor. It is right here at the Today Show studios. This is Clix technology. People are freaking out about it. It is a keyboard that is sliding right into your iPhone. So you get the best of the iPhone with the best of BlackBerry, now having that keyboard right on your phone.
Dude.
People are freaking out just like you are about Clix.
Katie, this is just like, it's like I'm back in 2004.
It's like you have the BlackBerry Bold all over again.
And it's actually for like a guy with fat fingers like me.
You don't have fat fingers.
What's the sticker on this one?
That one is out right now. Be shipping early February, $139. And again, people have just been freaking out in the tech world and beyond because they want their BlackBerry back, but they want their
Sign me
iPhone.
up. Okay. All right. Last but certainly not
Last
least.
but certainly not least, holograms always on trend. This is the world's first mobile portable hologram, Looking Glass Go technology. This is so cool to see in person. I have to tell you, 42 football fields full of gadgets. This is the very first gadget I saw and the last one that I came back to because I couldn't stop thinking about it. Put any photo that you have from any decade into this device and you will have holographic technology right in front of your face.
It's amazing. And I'm not sure we're doing it justice, but if you see this in person,
Wild.
like it is, yeah, like you can have Al Roker like coming out of the screen at you. Katie, thank you. Even more buzzworthy products from the CES show just ahead on the third hour. Again, fantastic. Awesome.
you.
Local news coming up.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking, eggs and bacon?
Hold on, I'm just gonna say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you. So do you think you'll act forever?
Boom.
We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back. Here we go. Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
This morning on the third hour of Today, shark attack. A 10-year-old bitten, not in the ocean, but in a shark tank in the Bahamas.
We saw the shark like honing in on him.
What happened and how that little boy is doing. Then later, ready to retire? Philadelphia Eagles star Jason Kelce opening up on his podcast with his brother Travis.
I just don't think you're in a position after a game like that to really, make that decision. I just don't.
What he just revealed about his plans for the future. Plus, check it out. We're testing some of the coolest new gadgets from moon shoes to at-home manicures. And a heavenly recipe in Today Food. Melissa Beneschot from Baked by Melissa is here making her green goddess salad that's racked up 26 million views online. Today, Wednesday, January 17th, 2024. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today. Good morning, everybody.
All right.
What day is it?
Hump
Mike,
day.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Hump day.
I look forward to it.
Oh,
yes.
Way there.
Oh, I love
Never
it.
gets old, Zach.
Joined by my pal Chanel and Craig. Dylan is off golfing.
She's off.
So
It's
that's
Pretty cool. I think we're
pretty
going to
nice
check
deal.
in with her soon.
Yeah, we will.
Maybe in a
We
couple
will.
days or tomorrow.
Depends on how she's playing.
She has been, Dylan has been working on improving her golf game like
Actually, she's been working on
hardcore.
getting these days off and going and playing these
Right, so
boondoggles.
hopefully we
That's
can
pretty good.
check
Anyway,
it.
She's warm though.
Yeah, she is. Warmer than a lot of us are.
Yes.
And we hope you're staying warm. Okay, we're going to go live to St. Louis.
Okay.
There's the beautiful arch and the courthouse there. It is 15 degrees. Wind chill is about 0. And now take a look at Lake Michigan by Chicago, right on the. Starting to see some ice there. It is 6 with a wind chill of minus 12.
I mean, you can't even, the water's not even moving.
Yeah, I mean, it is brutal. And in fact, over the weekend, they were like at 0, below 0 for like 36 hours. Okay, and in fact, it goes all the way down south. Look at this 30 million people under freeze alerts, freeze watches from Laredo to northern Florida and southern Georgia, and wind chill alerts for 95 million people from the Dakotas all the way down to the Gulf, into the Ohio River Valley and the Great Lakes. So, and this cold air is just going to hang out. So it's not going anywhere. And we got another storm system coming from the Pacific Northwest. It's going to cut across, bring a swath of snow.
More snow.
More snow into the weekend. Nothing terrible.
A swath or a
A swath. And then
What exactly is a swath?
I wasn't
Is
going
it
to say
like,
anything.
is it like just a little?
it's like a ribbon.
Little sliver?
It's like a ribbon. It's a
like
ribbon.
a ribbon.
You know, you guys got to look at
A ribbon in
you
the
got to look at
sky.
a thesaurus
Well,
more.
no, I just
Come
think
on.
sometimes you just make up terms.
I'm not making anything up.
But at home,
It's
if
called
you hear a
vocabulary.
Swath, if you hear a swath, you just know that maybe that means it's
A little
coming.
bit. Okay. Swath is coming.
Thank
Keep
you.
moving.
Any other words you want to give us this morning?
Keep moving.
Remember when he talked? What was that term he dropped on us? A stamp collector.
A philatelist.
Yes.
And he said philatelist,
And-
like we were the dummies.
And I was just stuck on stupid because I just was like,
I read a
I don't
book
know what you're talking
sometimes.
about.
I don't know what
We love you, Al.
philatelist is.
Okay, well, the Bahamas is certainly a popular destination this time of year. But this morning, police are investigating a frightening incident. A 10-year-old boy was attacked by a shark at one of the most famous resorts there. But it didn't happen in the ocean. Here's the thing. The child was in a shark tank. NBC's Emily Aketa is here with more. I think you would assume then if they're going to have someone in a tank that it's beyond safe.
Yeah, I think that's people's perception going into it. But talk about a total nightmare. Now, police haven't provided many details at this point, but they do tell us the boy is in stable condition, thankfully. And we spoke with a couple who told us they were in the tank with the boy. They say everyone was having fun when things quickly took a terrifying turn.
It's one of the top destinations for visitors to the Bahamas. But this morning, a 10-year-old Maryland boy is recovering after what witnesses say was a terrifying experience at the Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island. Police not saying where the attack happened, but did confirm a shark bit the boy on his right leg while he was participating in an expedition in a shark tank.
We saw the sharks like honing in on him, and then just like a pool of blood afterwards.
Michael and Tori Massey say they were in the tank when it happened, taking part in an underwater encounter called Walking with the Sharks, run by an outside company, and seen in this Atlantis promotional video. It's described on the resort's website as easy and fun, with no swimming experience necessary, allowing visitors to see Caribbean reef sharks and nurse sharks up close. The Massey say the experience started out fine, with guides leading them into the tank, which seemed serene and peaceful at first.
Once the little boy came down, it just kind of like took like a dark turn.
They say after one of the sharks bit the boy, everyone rushed out of the water, while the screaming child and his parents were taken to a nursing station. NBC News reached out to both the Atlantis Resort and Blue Adventures by Stuart Cove, the company that runs the Shark Tank experience, and has not heard back.
I'm a little surprised that there haven't been more of these accidents.
Shark expert Gavin Naylor with the Florida Museum says attacks in the wild are incredibly rare, but in a tank where sharks are more restricted, they could be more aggressive when stressed.
People should remember that these are not pets. They're not trainable. These are wild animals that are contained in aquarium.
The Masseys, now back from the Bahamas, say they signed a waiver and knew there were risks going into the tank, but they believe more should have been done to protect everyone involved.
They felt this child and his family.
This comes on the heels of another shark attack in the Bahamas, notably in the ocean, that killed a 44-year-old woman from Boston who was paddleboarding last month. But guys, I just keep thinking about the parents who have been outside of the tank and what it must have been like for them witnessing this horrifying incident and just no control.
Them feeling helpless.
Yeah.
But we heard in that piece, these are wild animals.
Yeah.
And they're not trainable.
Glad the boy's on the mend, though.
Yeah,
So
thank
keep
you.
us posted.
Thank you. Thanks, Face.
To the NFL now, and the future of one of the most popular players in the league. Of course, we're talking about Jason Kelce of those Philadelphia Eagles, obviously emotional on the sidelines during Monday night's loss to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. A lot of folks are wondering if that was Jason Kelce's last game. Well, he finally addressed the rumors, the reports this morning on a podcast that he does with his brother, that guy that dates Taylor Swift. NBC's Kaylee Hartung is live with more on the future of Jason Kelce. What do we know, Kaylee?
Yeah, Greg, you said it. The emotion was all over his face when the Eagles ended an incredibly difficult season. But even though some media outlets reported he plans to retire, now we're hearing from Jason himself, no surprise on his podcast, about his football future.
What a player he has been for the Philadelphia Eagles.
This morning, Jason Kelce addressing reports that his career with the Philadelphia Eagles has ended.
When it's time to officially announce, what's happening in the future, it'll be done in a way that's, definitive and and pays respect to a lot of people.
Speculation began after Monday's wildcard matchup when he walked off the field, visibly emotional. Citing league sources, ESPN and NFL Network had reported Kelce told his teammates in the locker room after the game that he is retiring.
There's a lot of emotion in the room, for sure. So I don't know what the future, holds for anybody in that building right now.
Emotion written all over his face and sharing the poignant moment with his family. A walk-on at the University of Cincinnati, he was drafted in the 6th round by the Eagles in 2011, and his career soared, becoming one of the most impactful players in the game. The 7-time Pro Bowler has spent his entire career wearing Eagles green, winning Super Bowl 52 and becoming an icon in the city.
Philadelphia!
The Kelce Bowl took his fame to new heights as Jason and his younger brother Travis faced off in last year's Super Bowl, becoming the first family of the NFL as mother Donna became a star in her own right.
It's kind of crazy at times, but I love a thrill.
But it was the younger Kelce and his Kansas City Chiefs who prevailed.
I love you, big guy.
Yeah, I love you too.
In a highly anticipated rematch this season, the Eagles got the win. Their brotherly love always coming through.
Love you, big guy.
And of course, the Kelce family has been even more in the spotlight with Travis's relationship with Taylor Swift.
How's it feel that Taylor Swift has finally put you on the map?
Their top-rated podcast, now beloved by Swifties, along with Jason's wife Kylie and their 3 young daughters. Recognizing his career was nearing the end, Kelce filmed a documentary through the 2022 season. I sat down with Jason and Kylie at their home in August to talk about the film and his future.
I've been contemplating retirement for a number of years, and 2 years ago, where I thought it'd be interesting to follow a player going into that.
He's also been candid about the physical toll the sport has taken on him over the years.
Not only is it hard physically, it's hard mentally, and it's hard with the amount of time that it takes to do it properly and to do it well.
Now waiting for Kelce on the other side of his football career is his family.
When home feels that good, it's easy to go out into the world and be like, I got this.
So Jason has been very intentional in planning for life after football, whenever that time comes. There's the media empire he and Travis are building with their wildly successful podcast. And when we sat down before the season began, we talked about his love for cattle ranching, of all things. And he will be at the top of every network's list to get into sports broadcasting. He joined our Thursday Night Football crew on Prime Video for a game this season, guys. And no surprise, he was a total natural.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, come on.
I mean, he'll be okay. I think it just seemed like the pain in his face and his eyes looked like somebody who's been playing football since they were 5 years old, and they know that was a big game.
And probably was hoping for a different ending.
Yes. Yeah.
So, Kaylee, thank you.
He's going to be just fine.
Really hard to.
Thank you, Kaylee.
I think also Jason Kelce's one of those guys that people love him because he's just so relatable.
He's so real.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
When we come back, we're going to dive into a new ways actually, that some people are trying to lose weight. It's got doctors sounding the alarm. We'll talk about that. We'll also talk about an alarming new study just out this morning from the American Cancer Society. Third hour of Today, right back after this.
Welcome to the third hour of Today.
We're so proud of you.
Cross that finish line in style. Now.
This is for you, too.
I had news anchors on one wall and you.
I love this stuff. We are back with some concerns about a new way some people are trying to lose weight. Drugs like Ozempic have become more popular and common. We know that. But now doctors are sounding the alarm about a new trend. NBC News correspondent Savannah Sellers We'll have more. Good morning to you.
Hi, guys. Good morning. So the doctors we spoke with say this could actually be dangerous, and they urge people to consult with their doctor before incorporating any new medicines into their daily lives.
Advice on how to lose weight fast is all over social media.
You can lose 10 pounds in 30 days.
I'm going to give you the best weight loss hack of all time.
Over 500,000 posts with the hashtag weight loss tips on TikTok alone.
3 tips to help me lose belly fat.
And new numbers show that using non-prescription weight loss products, such as laxatives, may be on the rise too. A new study finding that nearly 1 in 10 adolescents globally have used these types of products. And the trend seems more pervasive with girls than boys, as highlighted on social media.
Young people are exposed to social media, bullying, have a certain image that they want to keep. This kind of practice does not lead to sustainable weight loss and, in fact, can be dangerous.
Weight loss culture radically transformed recently thanks to the growing prevalence of drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy. Prescriptions for these drugs and similar ones increased 300% between the beginning of 2020 and 2022, according to a report from Trilliant Health. But for some who can't access prescriptions,
what measures are people taking?
People are resorting back to, perhaps, unfortunately, what they used to do. And that may include using laxatives, which clearly aren't recommended and are, in fact, dangerous.
other popular alternatives are hitting social media timelines too. Detox teas, even supplements like berberine, dubbed nature's Ozempic, which some users claims mimic the effects of weight loss drugs. Demand has also fueled a rise in counterfeit and off-market weight loss drugs. The FDA recently warning consumers against using these fake versions. A stark warning for those looking for a quick fix.
Well, we reached out to Bayer, who makes the laxative Miralax. They declined to comment at this time. We also reached out to Sanofi, who makes the laxative Dulcolax, who told us in part weight loss is not an approved use for Dulcolax products, guys.
Absolutely.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much. So we have NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar here with us this morning. Dr. Nat, good to see you.
Good morning. Nice to see you.
This is really disturbing. I mean, you look at all this social media, these weight loss trends. So what are the dangers using these laxatives, these diuretics?
Dangers can be both physical and psychological. We all have daughters. I have a 16-year-old girl, right? And so my son could also easily have been affected by this. Just last week, JAMA released a report. 1 in 10 adolescent girls has used laxatives, diuretics, or diet pills to help them lose weight. Physical dangers, especially with laxatives, electrolyte imbalances, dangerous electrolyte imbalances, significant dehydration. The psychological impact is probably even more disturbing to experts in the field, a significant impact on the development of eating disorders, which we saw, by the way, a huge uptick during the pandemic. And this is all stuff that feeds into it.
Social media. I mean,
social media, the pressures. When I was little, it was like, Teen Magazine and Mademoiselle and stuff like that. And now it's just kids are inundated. You guys know? Yeah.
Well, while we have you, let's ask you also about this new report just out this morning from the American Cancer Society. And among the findings, and we've talked about this a lot on the show, colorectal cancer for men under the age of 50, it has now become the #1 cause of cancer death. For women under 50, it's #2, only behind breast cancer. Do we know why? Are we any closer at this point to understanding why the rise in cancer cases?
To me, the explanations are pretty unsatisfying. Experts will say, well, it's obesity, it's a sedentary lifestyle, it's diet. And then you have cancer experts and doctors who say, yeah, great, but I have a marathon runner who came in, right? So there's more. There's clearly some interplay between the environment, maybe our microbiome, maybe our immune systems. The short answer is we really don't know. Yeah. I mean, happily, the trend over the last couple of years is that overall cancer rates have been improving and cancer deaths have been improving. But this younger age group, 6 out of the 10 most common cancers, there's been a significant increase, and colorectal, 1% to 2% annually increase in the last couple of decades.
So let's talk about symptoms. I think the challenge is when you're so young, you just assume it's something else.
Yes, and remember, for a lot of these things, and we'll show our viewers, a lot of these things have benign explanations, rectal, but
But symptoms that should be alarming, especially, or not alarming, if they persist, you definitely should bring to your doctor's attention blood in stool, rectal bleeding, unexplained weight loss, abdominal pain, change in stool habits or shape. That means diarrhea or constipation, and fatigue. I've picked up a lot of cases myself of colorectal cancer in patients who suddenly develop an iron deficiency anemia.
And so the recommendation testing is
in terms of screening. So a couple of years ago, the American Cancer Society lowered the screening age, right? We all know this, from 50 to 45. I've heard whisperings from people who say maybe that actually does need to be even earlier than that, right? But in the meantime, avoiding processed foods, diets rich in fiber, no smoking, limit alcohol, exercise, maintain healthy weight, all of those things certainly can be helpful in prevention.
And if you've got a family history.
Family history, you start younger, and especially 10 years younger than the age of the family member who developed it.
Oh, wow.
But things like Crohn's disease or other risk factors. Average age, 45.
And by the way, I know we're running out of time, and we always talk about the colonoscopy, and it's obviously the gold standard.
Sure.
But if you are perhaps discouraged from trying the colonoscopy, those at-home stool test kits.
They're not perfect.
No.
They have to be followed up. You have to, positive result, negative result. Positive results definitely need to be followed up with a colonoscopy. There's, checking for blood in the stool. There are alternatives, but the gold standard, of course, is the colonoscopy.
Dr. Natalie, that's great information. By the way, you can find out more on those risks that are tied to weight loss drug alternatives on our website, today.com.
All right, when we come back, we are testing out some of the latest and greatest tech products, from high-tech shoes to dancing robots. You will never be alone. But first, our friend Chef Elena Besser learned the art of making these beautiful chocolates that almost look too good to eat. So we're going to dance, we're going to have some chocolate. Come right back.
Is the robot making that noise?
I think so.
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al. Al, you're all of our heroes.
Yeah.
Y'all love Al Roker.
We're back with a really sweet story. In the latest episode of her Today All Day streaming series, Head of the Table, Chef Elena Besser met a woman who's really breaking the mold in the world of chocolate.
Good morning.
Good morning, my pals. I am so excited to be here, and I had the pleasure of visiting pastry chef Susanna Yoon at her shop right here in New York City. Her all-female team makes some of the most beautiful chocolates I have ever seen, and likely the most beautiful ones you've ever seen, too.
Pieces of jewelry that you get to eat. Susanna Yoon is the founder of Stick With Me Sweets. Opened in 2014, they're best known for gorgeous handmade bonbons.
So I have a few I have in mind for you to try. Okay. You have the matcha, black sesame, calamansi meringue pie.
I almost don't want to eat it, it's so pretty.
I get to express my love for flavors, colors, design, and artwork.
Susanna, the daughter of Korean immigrants, was born and raised in Seattle. With two working parents, her grandmother was an integral part of her upbringing and her passion for cooking.
I would just watch her hands move so gracefully as she prepared each dish, and the aromas in the house were always so captivating.
Would you say that your grandmother's love language was gift giving?
Absolutely. It was cooking, feeding people, and giving people her delicious treats that she would make.
And that's what you do here, which is so cool.
Yes.
When her grandmother passed, Susanna embarked on a new career journey.
I felt like I had lost a part of my heart. And it was in that moment I vowed to my grandmother that I wanted to be more like her and bring joy to people through food.
Did you always have a passion for dessert?
Yes, I ate chocolates every day. I don't even know why my dad allowed me to do that.
Susanna's passion for sweets took her to the pastry program at the International Culinary Center in New York City. After school, she honed her skills at 2 top fine dining eateries, Café Boulud and the Michelin-starred Per Se. What was it like breaking into the industry as a woman who pivoted her career?
I was pretty quiet and reserved, but after working just like a few days in the kitchen, I quickly realized the need to be more vocal and assertive.
In those high-intensity environments, how did you keep your head held high?
I didn't. Sorry, I didn't keep my head was always down. I was always working.
Susanna still employs that same work ethic today. She makes over 20 artisanal chocolate bonbons. It can take up to 2 days to make one batch, and they're all painted by hand. Trust me, it takes a lot of work to make something this beautiful. Okay, I'm really nervous, but we're gonna crush it. Guys, this is crazy. Susanna's chocolatiers work with her for months to learn each intricate step of the process. She even created a unique bonbon shape, taller than the average shell, to accommodate every luscious layer of filling. These are so beautiful. How about we taste all of our hard work?
Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers.
What do you think your grandmother would think of this place?
She was always proud of me. I would bring her a cup of water and she would say, "Oh my God, this water that you brought for me tastes like honey." And so I know that she would be looking down and feeling really happy about what I built here.
2024 marks Susanna's 10th year in business. The first year, she sold 15,000 gift boxes, and today they are selling 70,000 boxes each year.
I'll try it. Yeah. Which one do I have?
You have the crispy rice, you have the pistachio, which is my favorite, and then you have the bourbon chocolate.
Fantastic. Elena, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Tune into our
my
streaming
goodness.
channel today all day or today.com to watch the latest episode of Head of the Table with Elena Besser. Elena also visited a really cool cocoa farm in Puerto Rico.
These are wonderful stories. Thank you, Elena. This is delicious. All right, just ahead, we are going high-tech with some of the newest gadgets causing a buzz, including one that nails the perfect manicure without a salon. We'll be right back.
What time is it, Al?
Best time of the morning.
That is Pop Star.
I want you.
Pink is in the house.
And I miss you so much. They're delicious.
Bam! Carson! Carson! Carson!
All right, now it's like an episode of The Jetsons.
Here we go.
Kind of. We are back with some of the latest and greatest in tech. The Consumer Electronics Show wrapped up in Vegas last week, and we have our own mini version right here in Studio 1A. Jennifer Jolly, nationally syndicated Tech Life columnist for USA Today, is here. Good morning to you.
Right. Good morning.
We have some good stuff this morning.
I am telling you, the future is here right now. Starting
with these
Moonwalkers X robot shoes. Now you strap these on your feet, and all of a sudden you are cruising down.
So it
the
helps you go
sidewalk.
faster?
You go 3 times. You can walk up to 3 times faster than normal, about 7 miles per hour. The idea behind these is not just to have a ton of fun, which you do. I mean, I get cruising, my hair starts flying. It's not just for the last few miles of your commute. The deeper meaning here is to help factory and warehouse workers, some 6 million in America alone, to do more work with less effort.
And they're on their feet all day, so maybe that can help them.
Probably help.
Okay.
Yeah, a little vacuum here.
Okay, so this is Maddox completely redesigned and reinvented robot vacuum cleaner and smart mop. This is the vacuum attachment in the front. The mop is in the back. Onboard AI and cameras, these built-in cameras, help it to see and figure out space in real time the way humans do. This one has a ton more personality than we're used to. I can say, Maddox, clean this. And it does, just like that.
How do it know?
Like magic. And it's built with your privacy in mind. So it's not sending any information anywhere else. It all lives on board on that device.
So from that robot to this is one of those personal robots.
This is LG's smart home AI agent. He can zip around your house on his own. He can interact with you, talk with you.
What does he do? Like, what's the point of his existence?
He can meet you when you come home at the end of the day. He can meet you at the door. He can remind you to put a coat on if it's cold outside. He integrates with all of your other smart home gadgets. So he can tell you when the washer's finished. He can turn up your heat.
Can he talk to me?
He can not only talk to you, he can bring the fun and launch a dance party. Oh! LG calls this.
Oh, we got lights and everything.
I mean,
LG calls this, they're affectionate. Instead of AI, it's more affectionate.
I got 2 small kids and a puppy.
This is the best.
go.
Who needs a puppy? Now I have this.
How about your teeth?
coolest
What's happening with your teeth here?
It gets smarter over time, just like this amazing toothbrush.
This is the smartest toothbrush I've ever seen.
Okay, it's smarter than some people I know. You turn this toothbrush on, it has a touch screen. Okay. This is the OClean X Ultra S Smart Toothbrush. It shows you on the touch screen in real time what's going on with how you're brushing your teeth. But look at this. I'm going to show you on my hand. It will tell you through bone conduction technology as you're brushing your teeth, you're brushing too hard.
Wow,
you
my
missed a
kids
spot.
need this. Brush again.
Brush again.
I want my toothbrush smarter than I am.
I was like, okay, basically, look at that. It just showed, it's showing me what I just did on a smart screen.
You're brushing your hand.
I'm brushing my hand.
Is that
it says
available?
in your mouth.
Is that available for sale yet?
Coming out in August. It's about $130.
Okay.
Nimble's Beauty Bot. This one,
is
people were
good.
stopping at the show and saying, "Oh my gosh, is that the robot that paints your nails?" Yes, it is a robot.
Wait, it's
that
painting
paints
your nails right now?
This is Evilise. Show them the hand that was done earlier today.
wow.
Let me see.
So
How long do you keep it in there?
Well, it does both hands in 25 minutes for an express manicure at
No way.
home.
How does it say in the
55
lines? Like, how does it know?
It uses
How do you know?
It uses 2D and 3D technology to scan each nail to know where the curves, the shape, all of that. You use their specific nail polish. You put it in the side.
What?
It does it
It's like a
like
printer for
magic.
nails.
Exactly. It
About to
comes
put a
out March.
lot of stores out of business.
Well, you can do both. It'll maintain
How's it feel? Does it feel any sort of way or no?
No.
Do you feel it painting? Is there a little guy in there painting your nails?
No.
Is there a little guy in there painting your nails? Okay, Jen Jolly, thank you so much.
Thank you
This is
so
really
much.
cool.
Appreciate that.
Especially the little robot. Thank you for the
Guy there
robot.
painting your nails.
Coming up, we got a bona fide rock star in the house, folks. Gavin Rossdale. He's here to look back at 30 years of Bush. Also share some really exciting news for fans. And then later in today's food, baked by Melissa Benishai. There she is, Melissa Benishai is going to whip up a viral green goddess salad that's gotten 26 million views on TikTok.
Wow.
Third hour of today, right back after this.
That is so cool.
welcome to Today. Thank you so much for being with us. We're just getting started, folks. Your questions are almost better than mine. What can fans expect?
Us forgetting lyrics.
Greg loves to say Friday. There it is.
Friday.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
So if you stayed up late last night, you probably caught our next guest performing on The Tonight Show, starring Jimmy Fallon.
Gavin Rossdale's band Bush is celebrating the release of their new album. It's called Loaded, The Greatest Hits.
And Bush just announced a nationwide summer tour, and Gavin is with us now. We're thrilled to have you. Gavin, thanks for being here.
So happy to be here.
Yeah, you know, so a Greatest Hits tour, which I would think, you know, you say it's kind of like going down memory lane, because you don't want songs that are just like the biggest hits, but that actually mean something as well.
You know, the best part about it is, like, we did a few shows already warming up for it, and it's this room full of memories. Every single person has so many memories for each song and soundtrack for their lives, they tell me, and so it's just an incredible meeting of like-minded people.
I love that.
Tell us about this fashion line, by the way, because as if...
Sea of Sound, yeah, I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm doing. I just love making that stuff, and it just starts today. In fact, we're just going to Paris for the men's show. I'm here because I'm doing this, but yeah, so the clothes are going to Paris. Sea of Sound, we're just trying to make it happen, and I was trying to do stuff to keep me home in Los Angeles with my boys, as opposed to always touring. So,
what kind of clothes are we talking about here? What do you want?
So elevated streetwear, like this is it, or some of it. So just cool. It's meant to be like a lifestyle thing. People like my music, like the clothes I make. It's all part of the same aesthetic.
Do you know what I love these days? That we're not just checking one box, right? You want to perform, perform. You want to be creative and do fashion, go for it. I was reading, when you're not on tour, also your boys play flag football.
Yeah. Really good. I got a champion. I got a QB who's Apollo, who's out of control.
Really?
He's Apollo. He's in control. He's in control. He's got a great team. He's playing for the Steelers, I think, this year.
Look at this picture.
Team.
Okay. So wait, Kingston, Zuma, and Apollo, do they all play? Or?
They all play. They're all really talented. Yeah, I'm really lucky.
Did you play at all?
I played soccer and tennis. Okay. But so we got a little bit of athleticism.
I'm here for it.
That's right.
I'm here for it.
Speaking of talent.
To be honest, I got to tell you.
What?
I shouldn't tell you this on TV, but I took a few. My little boy doesn't know, he won't see this, but I took a few lessons from his QB coach because I wanted to throw with him, and I could never throw it right as an English guy, you know? Yeah. So my spiral's really coming along.
Okay.
But don't tell
Now,
him.
see, here's the thing. If you would have told us in advance, we'd have something so you could show us.
The New York Giants may be in the market for...
I'm ready.
Or anybody.
Ready.
And we understand we may have to have you come back to show off some of these cooking skills.
Wait, what?
You're a bit of an artist in the
I like
kitchen.
the cooking thing. Yeah, I like the cooking thing. Yeah, Rockstar Kitchen Chronicles. We're trying to make this TV show. It's going to happen.
Yeah, and in fact, wow.
Whoa.
This is next level.
I know.
In fact, you've already taped one with Tom Jones.
Bougie Euro guy. Yeah, I taped one with Tom Jones and Jack McBrayer. And so it's just like an interview show where I cook for a guest and then interview them.
That's a great concept.
What's your specialty? Like if we were to say, ooh. Oh, look at that.
Oh.
You didn't tell this.
Listen, can we hear a little more of this?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to fill up a tin bath.
Tom Jones still has it.
Oh my God, I sang with him. It was so nerve-wracking because I asked him to come on the show and to help me to sort of shoot a pilot for me. I said to him, could we sing a couple of songs? And he didn't respond. I thought, oh man, I really screwed it up. I've asked too much. And when we got there to my house to shoot, he goes, oh yeah, by the way, I'd be fine with the songs, no problem. So I was like, okay, then we went upstairs in my bedroom to rehearse the songs. It's not unusual. And I said, I've done it in, I can't remember, B minor. He goes, oh, that was in the 60s. I'm different now. So I had to change the key. So I'm trying to learn to transpose. I'm not really that good. So I was like trying to transpose with Tom Jones walking around my bedroom.
He's singing.
And we're rehearsing the song with his son, who's his manager in there, and the wife. It was
that's cool.
Wow,
an experience.
Man, a lot of life being lived there. Gavin,
Yes, sir.
thank you so much.
I admire that.
We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Bush's Loaded, the Greatest Hits Tour is kicking off July 26th. Tickets on sale this Friday.
Quite the renaissance, man.
Right? I'm like, after the show, you have to tell us how you're doing all of this multitasking. All right, coming up in Today Food, Melissa Vinishai, founder of Baked by Melissa Cupcakes, is here to share a healthy midday snack you are going to love. Millions of views on social. We'll be right back.
That's a look at the weather across the country. Now here's a peek out your window. I just want quiet. This is truly a pinch me moment right here at Fenway Park. Sweet, but I like it.
Very much like yourself.
This morning in Today Food, we are going green. Melissa Benishai is the co-founder and CEO of Bite Size Cupcake Empire, Baked by Melissa.
Well, she's also a social media sensation behind flavorful creations like this viral green goddess salad, which has over 25 million views on TikTok alone.
And her brand spanking new cookbook is called Come Hungry, Salads, Meals, and Sweets for People Who Live to Eat. Melissa, we're excited.
That's us.
And this is a new version?
This is a new version in Come Hungry.
And the dressing is the story here. So let's dig in and get started.
26 million views for this.
Yeah, so this is also, so this is the Green Goddess Ranch, inspired by ranch dressing. We have a whole bunch of dill, a whole bunch of chives. Those are the main ingredients.
It's all the good stuff.
Yes, and these are the main spices and herbs in your ranch dressing in your cabinet, but this is all nutritious. Some cashews, green onion, garlic, nutritional yeast, which makes it creamy. Yes.
I didn't know that's what it is.
Give it a cheesy.
And the lemon juice, it's so bright and delicious, and salt. And then we blend it till smooth. And then we're gonna chop up some iceberg.
Do you like using iceberg specifically?
I do, and you know what? It's crunchy and delicious, and it really lets the dressing be the star. I'm obsessed with the Perfect Bite, as you know, Baked by Melissa, and these micro chopped salads. But this time, the lettuce is whole. It's crunchy.
It's so simple and so good.
I know.
It's so good.
Oh my gosh.
And look at how beautiful the dressing is. The dressing is the salad, and the lettuce is the vessel.
That's funny.
You just gotta.
Guilt-free. Yummy too.
How about a nice toast?
Okay.
We've got toast too.
Now, what is this called?
So this is cucumber toast, and it's the best way to eat any leftover salad. There are a ton of toast recipes in Come Hungry, and if you get it at Baked by Melissa today, you might get free cupcakes. We'll see.
Okay.
But we're gonna
It's like a salad with
It's a very simple dressing. It's olive oil, lemon juice, some more dill. Dill is the star today. Garlic. Mix it all together. It's like a quick pickle, really, and inspired by pickles. And then for the toast, the best way to make your toast is on a pan with some olive oil. Let it brown on each side.
Oh my goodness.
Sprinkle it with sea salt. Rub it with a raw clove of garlic. The heat from the toast will cook the garlic. Then you top it with cottage cheese and whatever salad you've got. But this is I eat this on repeat. It's so delicious.
What else do you put in your cucumbers here? It looks like you mixed them with
delicious.
Yeah, it's olive oil, lemon juice, garlic. It's a quickle.
Cottage cheese is having a moment right
It is. Cottage cheese is having a moment. It's packed with protein, it's low in fat, and it keeps me full. Like, when you're busy all day.
That's funny. You know what? It very rarely. It's like a new layers of flavor for me that I haven't tried. This is delicious.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melissa.
Congrats on the new cookbook.
This is delicious.
Thank you for having me.
Yum.
For these recipes, you know where to go, folks. It's today.com/food. You can also scan that QR code that's at the bottom of your screen to save
You
it for
talk
later.
about me talking with my mouth.
That's right. Melissa's cookbook, Come Hungry, Salads, Meals, and Sweets for People Who Love to Eat, available right now. And we will be right back. Third hour today.
Talk about it.
To our faves, third hour of Today Tomorrow, Isla Fisher, Josh Gad, live.
Fun. Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Oscar winner and True Detective star Jodie Foster.
We will see you right back here tomorrow, folks.
Have a good day.
Today, two-time Academy Award winner Jodie Foster and her True Detective co-star Kaylee Reese. Plus, home design expert Preston Conrad solves your decor dilemmas.
And Law & Order SVU is back. So will TV's hottest duo finally take their relationship out of the friend zone? We're talking about it.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Wow. Hey-o. Hi, guys. It's Wednesday, 17th day of January. You know what Jenna likes to do? Drop big bombs on me right before we start
I
the
do.
show.
It's so fun.
That's like sport to you.
It's so fun just to say something completely wild, and then the show comes on.
And then you're like, and then she always goes, I'll tell you the rest later. It's just not fair.
Well, but we have a show to do.
Yeah, we do. We do have a show to do. Yes, we do.
How are you?
Good. How are you? You're tired.
I'm tired.
It happens when you have sick children or
a husband
that's recovering. You don't rest. And you know what? Sometimes you're on a thin string when you don't rest.
Yes, although I have to say, you know, it's also a privilege to get to hang with people that you love. So even if it's in the middle of the night and someone's ill, you still love the person.
Here's what's funny. Somebody said this to me because I was sleeping for nights. And they said, nights and nights. Anyway, they said during the day, you can't take a day off, but take a mini break. And for some reason that struck me. I was like, what's a mini break? It's like, for 15 minutes or whatever it is, shut the door of wherever you are and take 15 minutes to know that that's your pause. Or take 10 minutes to go to the nail place and do the 10 minutes for $10. Head in the donut.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? It's so good.
You know when you get out and your face is all kind of squished?
Yeah, you don't care.
Squished and
You're
you're
so
like,
happy.
oh, I've just been on a work call. But really?
No, you were not.
You've been getting a donut massage.
You need it.
Okay, y'all, thank goodness. Law & Order SVU returns to NBC tomorrow night. It's 25th season.
It's unbelievable, that show. Mariska Hargitay will actually be here tomorrow to mark that moment. And for years, fans have wanted Olivia to finally hook up with Elliot. Do you remember what happened when they were together and he wanted to kiss her and then she said,
Is this at the end?
Yes.
Yes.
Look. It's happening. And then watch.
Oh, gosh, she knows she wants it to.
No, I can't. She says, no, I can't. No, I can't. He goes, what do you mean you can't? What do you mean? Because why? What if it doesn't work out?
What if things work out?
Oh, God.
Ooh, whoa.
Yes! Risk it.
Is that how they left it last season? So it could be happening?
It's not over. By the way,
to dangle that right in front of us.
You know what? That's an optimist. What if they do?
I think they're going to.
What if it does work out? It might work out.
Yeah.
Those two are connected.
Yes.
On so many levels.
They're actors, but have you ever watched a show and been so invested that you've been kind of devastated that something isn't happening the way you want it to?
Yeah, well, because you see the chemistry. It's there.
Yes.
And she wants it secretly. She wants it. Not secretly. She wants it to happen. She does. She just said no because you know what she was doing? Mind over heart. Mind over heart.
She's worried she's going to break up their partnership. I mean, those two have been working together for years.
It will be weird, though.
At the workplace. They're going to have to go to HR. If they get together, they're going to have to go to HR.
Have you ever dated someone at the workplace?
No.
Oh, because you only worked here. Okay.
No, I was a teacher, but I've been married.
But were you married when you were a teacher?
No.
Okay, did you ever date another teacher?
No, because I was dating Henry.
So you never date, okay, all right, I get it. So you that's right, you're like a child bride. You were married early. But for people who date at work.
normal.
But for people who date at work, it is awkward at times when you're dating someone
Yeah.
and then you have to sit next to them.
At a meeting. Have you had that?
Yes.
I know you
No,
have.
I've had it on the air before in a local market.
Wait.
No, yeah, but you date someone in a local market and then you're in an argument, you're dating, and now you have to throw to sports. And he does sports. That happens.
Y'all, we should do some quick Googling right now because we can figure out who did sports.
No, you can't.
We could figure out right now who did sports.
But it can get uncomfortable because there you are, sitting on the set. Over to you, and then the person leaves you hanging sometimes. It happens.
Like you could feel the tension on the air.
Mm-hmm. You can feel it.
Aren't you so glad we never dated? It would be hard to fake this, Like if I was mad at her in that type of way and I had to come sit right here, it could be hard.
That type of way.
That's why we just can't do it.
No, we can't. And we won't. Okay, speaking of relationships, this is so awkward and unusual. Dua Lipa is currently on the cover of Rolling Stone.
Okay. She's opening up about a recent breakup. Okay, which she said ended on good terms.
She said, I've had many breakups in my life where I felt like the only kind of breakup you can have was when things ended really badly. Things ending in a nice way was such a new thing. It taught me a lot. Who was she dating?
Maybe Trevor Noah? Oh. I mean, that's total speculation. But didn't she date him?
I think so. But that is nice.
I feel like it comes with maturity, too.
That's a good point. Good point. I think once you are in a relationship and it ends, if it like they say, the most important parts about a relationship are how you start it.
Yes.
Because you can't start with any funkiness or sneakiness.
Yes.
And how you end it. The book ends. And if you end it badly, it ends up like it'll just linger forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I mean, I've been in relationships and they have. It ended on a really good note. And I feel like,
But that was intentional, don't you think?
Yes. And I think you have to work on it. Like, it's how you speak to your other, the person you broke up with. It's the tone in which you use.
Yes.
You know what? You have to respect them.
Yes.
Even though it didn't work.
Well, and it's kind of a tricky boundary, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not, you can't, if you find yourself sort of slipping back into the olden days.
The olden days.
That could go.
No, that's no bueno.
Unfortunately, then you can all of a sudden be back into something.
Yeah. I think there is that tendency because it's like anybody who likes what they've always known.
Yes.
And it seems like an easier, route to go.
I think it's the strict boundary.
Oh, we got big news, y'all, from White Lotus.
Oh my gosh, okay. Now you've really got to start watching it this season.
Well, I'm going to because I know Maria Shriver's watching right now. This is a big, big moment. Season 3 of The White Lotus, they've announced some cast members, more of them, to join the group in Thailand. And here's who's on top of the list. Patrick Schwarzenegger.
This is so sweet. Maria posted this.
I read it this morning.
Will you read it?
Okay, Patrick. I'm so proud of you. First, you get engaged. Then you become the face of Armani. Now you get cast in one of my favorite shows of all time, White Lotus. Wow. All that hard work and determination is really paying off. Hashtag proud mom alert.
Oh, don't you love how she just gushes? I mean, she does.
Over all of her kids,
we know
by the
that
way.
She does.
All of them.
Every time she's here, she's like, oh my gosh, she's the best.
Yes.
This, that.
Every one of her children, by the way, gets equal praise.
It's true.
She does that.
It's
she doesn't.
true.
Yeah, she does that. It's going to have some steamy scenes. I hope she's ready for it. Maria.
You need to tell her.
She knows. She loves the show.
Oh, so she knows.
She knows what's going on.
We don't know what his character is going to do, but
we don't know, but probably
based on just history
looking at him.
But of also the show, they cast him as the heartthrob, don't you think?
Of course, he has to be.
That's so. I mean, we have such young children. It's just going to be strange when they're
coming up next. Ariana Grande's making headlines.
She sure is. Why everybody's talking about her latest song drop. Justin's going to deliver the scoop, right?
Come on, Matt.
Come on, Matt. Coming up next. It is time to get you caught up on the hottest Hollywood headlines.
E! News co-host Justin Sylvester's in L.A. with The Scoop.
Hi, Justin.
All right.
Good morning, guys.
Let's get busy. Ariana Grande released some new music. What do we need to know?
Okay, you guys, last week I told you Ariana was coming back with a new single. It's called Yes and it was her biggest debut of her career ever. Get this. 12 million people watched this video on YouTube in the first day. This is huge for her. But everybody's not freaking out about the song. No one's freaking out that it's 12 million people. People are freaking out because she is playing homage to Paula Abdul. Do you know what video she's kind of paying reference to right here?
This is a classic song. Clever boy.
Cold-hearted.
He don't play by rules.
Yes. Paula Abdul saw this, freaked out, and did a side-by-side on Instagram and has been praising Ariana about this reference, and it's making a splash on the internet. This is crazy.
Oh my gosh, and they had a cute exchange on Insta.
So cute.
It's such a cute exchange. And you know what? It's just so nice to see Ariana just sit there and give Paula her flowers, because a lot of times I feel like we forget how much of an influence Paula Abdul was to all the girls.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can still sing every word of that whole album.
Of course you can.
Can't you?
I know most of the Opposites Attract is a great one.
Okay, Coachella just announced a wild lineup.
Woo! Before we start, Alexa, can you order me some Advil and earplugs? I'm gonna need it for Coachella because Lana Del Rey, Tyler the Creator, and Doja Cat are headlining. Now, you guys, Doja Cat killed it so much last year. They gave her a bigger time and a bigger stage this year. Coachella is gonna be lit, you guys.
Well, I think you buried the lead there, my friend.
There's a reunion.
There is a huge reunion on tap.
I wasn't gonna tell y'all until I got my tickets because I don't want them to sell out. No Doubt is coming back. The first time they're gonna take the stage since 2015, you guys. 2015, they're getting back together. And you know there was a bunch of drama. This one dated that one. It was a bad breakup. We broke up. So this is a huge deal for No Doubt fans.
Oh my
And by the way, Carson said he didn't even know about it.
Oh, really?
He had no idea, even though he's friends with Gwen and Blake.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
All right.
No, it's crazy. Now, are you guys going to come to Coachella at all? Because I know it's your
Talk
first
to
time.
us.
So do you need any tips
Yes,
from
we
me?
want some advice.
Okay, so I'm like the Coachella midwife, okay? So if you listen to me, I'm going to get you through it.
Okay.
The first thing you're going to need is some comfortable shoes. Get yourself some Skechers, some Keds, because this ain't a joke. It's 78 acres, all right?
Okay.
The second thing you're going to need is you're going to need to find a friend with a small bladder. Because the last thing you need is to be going from the stage to the bathroom with a friend who needs to use the bathroom every 5 minutes. You know what I'm talking about?
That's good. That's good.
Okay, what else?
Okay. And the third thing is you need to teach your boyfriend how to get your angles 3 weeks before you get there. Because the last thing we need is someone wanting to take 700 photos. Get 3 snaps and get out of there.
Get out of there.
That's right.
All
That's great advice.
There's a new show on our streaming network, Peacock, that Jen and I are kind of surprised about.
We're a little nervous about it.
A little freaked.
Okay, so y'all know I like dating shows. 90 Day Fiancé is my thing. I love Bachelor in Paradise. Here I am, I can't even find my first, and people are looking for their thirds. I mean, come on. So I did a little research just to see, like, you know, what would come up about polyamorous relationships, open relationships, and it seems that research did last year showed that 51% of young adults under 30 said that they would be open to an open relationship. So I think this show is reflecting the time that we're in.
Yeah.
And I gotta tell you
You know what?
something.
Let me
I
just
was
give them
watching.
some advice.
Let's give a hard rap
Let me
on
give them
this.
some advice. When you turn 42 and your
Don't shoot
partner
the
gets
messenger.
shoulder
Don't shoot
surgery,
the messenger.
You're not going to want 2 of
Yes.
them, okay?
Yes,
You're
right,
not going to want
exactly.
2. You're up
Yeah.
all night taking care of a 42-year-old man, 45?
Yeah.
No, thank you. All right, you can
By the way, if you had a third, you would have had some help.
Well, okay, Justin.
Thank you,
Love
Justin.
you. You can catch Justin weeknights at 11 on our sister network.
Coming up next, the stars of True Detective, Oscar winner Jodie Foster, and Kaylee Reese. Coming up after this.
Sort of embarrassing.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back. Here we go. Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday! We got an awesome crowd, y'all. With 2 Academy Awards and nearly 100 credits to her name, Jodie Foster, well, she's a Hollywood legend.
Kaylee Reese is a professional boxer turned actress, and together they're starring in the 4th season of True Detective Night Country. Take a look.
Ennis Police, step out slowly. It's an APF investigation. I have a badge, a trooper's badge. Trespassing. Trespassing? Huh? You gonna book me?
By the way, all that makes you lean right in. Jodie, it's so good to have you. It's so good to have you, Kaylee. Happy that you guys are here. So, Jodie, this is a step back into the detective role. Here you go again.
Yes.
First it was Clarice, and now you're back.
Well, Liz Danvers couldn't be any more different from Clarice. And we hope that that is not who Clarice became when she got older.
Who is this? Who is she? Describe her.
Well, Kaylee likes to call her a louse Karen. So she's basically awful.
Oh.
She's awful. She's, she's stuck in her ways. She's kind of unconscious. She thinks she makes a lot of jokes that aren't funny. And I think she's, she's suffering inside. And so this is the mask that she holds things together.
Oh.
Kaylee, I got to see some of this last night. You are amazing. This is your 3rd TV role or acting role in general?
Acting role in general, yes.
So what has this transformation been like for you to go in your career from professional boxer to actor?
It's been smooth. I've kind of just been joking about I've been training for this my entire career, and it's just another form of art for me. And, we've had to storytell in the ring and outside the ring, when the bell rings and the camera goes on, and it's just a form of storytelling that I'm able to do as an Indigenous woman as well, because we tell stories all the time.
Well, you're so cool about it. We just did a whole thing yesterday on imposter syndrome, how we both have it and have had it for years. Like sometimes you're sitting in a seat and you go, wait,
Why am I here?
How did you, and I'm going to ask both of you because I think we've all had it at some point. Jodie, how did you get past that part? And I want to hear Kaylee's too.
I don't think I've passed it yet.
No?
I know. I think I'm pretty much, I think I'm not.
Do you do any? I mean, I feel like we each have sort of things we do to kind of get us past it, whether it's meditation or telling ourselves kind things.
I think I just have to sit in my real life. So, whether it's cleaning out the trash cans or, picking up the dog poop or whatever that is that makes me feel like regular stuff, then somehow I can make sense of my life. Yeah.
And Kaylee, what about for you? Because this is all new to you.
This is all new.
And you're working with a legend. I mean, the whole thing is really pretty cool.
Yeah, please don't push me.
Was that intimidating, or was she so helpful?
Terrifying. I was just smile and nod. I'm like, oh my God, there's Jodie Foster.
It's hard when I'm pinching her all the time.
I know,
right underneath the camera.
I'm like, oh my God, I'm bigger than you, man.
I was gonna say she was a professional boxer.
No, it's been a blessing. I mean, I had a thought of maybe I should try acting, and then I got pushed into the deep end, and it's kind of been a sink or swim since then. But it has been like, how did I get here? But I also have the simultaneous feeling is I'm supposed to be here, so I might as well make the best of my time here, because it's not about just me. It's about we and what I do things for anyway.
And Jodie, you knew right away when you saw her tape.
Yeah.
What was it
second I saw it.
Yeah. What was it that struck you?
Tremendous power, and precision, incredibly disciplined. All the things that she is as an athlete that she brings to the table, but also this emotional rawness and availability combined with the two, that kind of tough power and those many layers, which is perfect for the character, but also what you need to be a great actress. That's what she got.
So interesting. Okay, Jodie, you've talked about never being happier than you are right now. Hoda, do you know that Hoda's turning 60 this summer?
Come on, girl. Right here.
I can't wait till you get there.
Here. Hoda is turning
You're gonna
60
see.
this
There's a
summer.
thing that happens, which they don't tell you about. I believe, because I'm a scientist, I believe that there's a hormone that goes coursing through your body somehow the day you turn 60, and you just get happier and more content, and you're just like, ugh, who cares?
Who cares?
Yeah, the 50s was not so great.
Why weren't the 50s great?
Because everybody's confused about who you're supposed to be in the 50s. Like, are you supposed to compete with your old self, or are you relevant? All that stuff.
Are you competitive?
I am competitive about certain things, but not about others.
Like
I'm not
what?
about sports, for example.
Oh.
I'm like, oh, you won.
Yeah. What are you competitive about?
What about game
I'm
nights?
really competitive about, game nights, but I think I could let myself lose. I'm better at being a team player with that.
Yeah.
I think I'm competitive about dressing up.
Wait, what? What are you talking
Dress
about?
up. Well, I like Halloween and things. I like having the best costumes.
Oh, you're a
What's the best costume you've ever had?
I have found in my wisdom, in my long experience, that it is more fun to combine your costumes than to just be one thing.
Oh, we
Okay,
told.
this is
By
so
the way,
good.
Yes.
we're
Yes.
very competitive here. The Today Show does Halloween really better
We
than
do it better than
anybody.
Yeah,
And
okay.
I can
last
say
year
that.
we combined, and
Yeah.
it's so much more fun.
It's so much more for the Beehive with the
Yes.
Edward Scissorhands, with the Michael Jackson, kind of like all of them together.
All of it
things.
together.
Did you know this about her?
I didn't, and now I want to be involved for this Halloween, so now I'm going to be coming to your house.
This show is going to scare a bunch of people.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah.
It's going to scare a bunch of people because it's already scared me pretty terribly. And I have a lot of questions I want to ask you, but I'll wait till we're off camera.
Okay. Yeah, it's creepy. I think it's
Did it
got
scare
a horror vibe.
Were y'all freaked out in that
Were you freaked
science zone?
No, oddly enough, no. Like, it was kind of just another thing. The
Yeah.
lights flickering, things going past, and we're just like, oh, that's whatever.
That's what it is. Well, a lot of people are going to love it, of course. It's such a
amazing.
hit show, and now we've got two females on it, which is such a cool twist here. True Detective Night Country airs Sunday on HBO, streaming on HBO Max. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Y'all
Thank
are
y'all.
here.
Coming up next, we've got solutions to some of the most common home decor dilemmas right after this. Thank you, guys.
We're celebrating our girl, Jenna Bush Hager.
Yo, read me. It's so good. Are y'all so happy your daddy's home? There's Jenna. She's not afraid to be herself.
Love you, Jenna. I love you. I love you. I love you. Do it.
All right, do you ever wonder how to freshen up your foyer or create a gorgeous gallery wall? Or how about cozying up in an office space?
I dare to say foyer and not foyer. Okay, today we are helping to solve your decor dilemmas.
And there's only one person that can help us, lifestyle expert and founder of Preston Conrad Home, Preston Conrad.
Hi, Preston.
Good
How are
morning.
you?
How are you?
I'm great. Guys,
Oh, wait.
this is going to be so fun because we're really helping people virtually and then with some real stuff here in the studio.
So if you guys have dilemmas, think about this. First, we have Antonio and Hannah. They're from West New York, New Jersey. Take a look at their issue.
We just got married and we bought our first home together, and there are so many projects around the house that we cannot wait to get started. But we are really struggling with our foyer.
How can we make it more of a welcoming entrance to our home and less of a pit where all of our shoes go to die?
Please help us.
I like that. All right, Preston, the foyer needed some help.
The foyer needed a little love. So
Okay.
here's the before, and I think my tip to this is actually treat it like a room in your home. So you'll see what we did in the after here. I'm so excited to show you. We went and actually gave this room a paint color,
So
right? Color. This dark, moody tone is totally having a moment. Then we added some functional storage. You can grab this on Amazon for your coats, your
Where's the-
shoes,
Oh,
right
yeah,
against
yeah.
the back wall there.
Yeah.
But what I think really makes a little foyer actually feel like it is claiming the space with a great console, right?
Okay.
This one is from IKEA. You don't have to spend a lot here. This is $99.
Wow. I like it.
And then I like the symmetrical lamps, both from Amazon, under $60 for both.
Good looking.
And then I love a vintage rug in the foyer.
Yeah.
This is from one of my favorite small businesses, Hobbit Door Vintage on Instagram. All different prices. You can shop online or on our Instagram.
And also, Etsy has some great rugs.
Great
Have
ones.
you ever
And you know what? They
noticed?
can really hold the traffic as well for an entry.
But you're right that room will look so much better with the rug in it.
Totally. A little rug, a little paint, and a little dedicated moment to say, we took care of this space, we designed it, and we put a little bit of thought into it.
You need to measure, though.
And also the best place for shoes is how you did it here.
Measure twice, order once.
Yeah, you think
that's
the
my
best-
rule.
Storage?
Doesn't that look so cute? And then for storage, so
But could you put the shoes under the console?
100%. So you could do a great little storage bench
Yeah.
under there, but it's all about just treating this more like a real room in the home, not just a dump everything spot.
That's so smart.
Next up, our staffer, Katrina. We got home cooking. Let's take a look at her decor dilemma.
Yes.
And my fiance and I spent a lot of time in our living room. We've decorated almost every part except for the giant wall. We wanted to display some pictures, but I wanted to look sleek and cohesive. How do I curate a gallery wall without it looking so chaotic?
That's a great
It is
question.
a really scary, intimidating moment, right? Because you're putting holes in the wall. So this is the room before, and she didn't want it to be too cluttered, but she wants to show she loves photography. She lives in the city. She wants to show her art. Here's my after.
Wow.
And I think if you are intimidated, go symmetrical and go clean and organized with great black and white prints. We put in a really fun contrasty rug just to punch up that fun city contrast
Love
of
it.
it. And then a new lighting fixture coming down from the ceiling. And I think it really reinvigorated
Wow,
the space.
Katrina,
Let's
that
talk
looks
about
good.
hanging a gallery wall, because
you guys.
it's one thing to think about it, it's the other to do it.
It really is. So for tips for hanging, just measure the distance in between. Make sure they're all symmetrical. But here's my ultimate hack. This does not need to cost you a lot of money.
No.
These frames, 2 of them for $50 on Amazon. You can get them for like $25 each. And then get this, all this black and white art on my iPhone. I changed it to black and white. I sent them to be printed for $6.
No, you didn't.
And I popped them in here, and then it's personal and sheet.
Do you like the same sized frames, or do you like to mix it up?
I think for that look, if you want that kind of RH gallery wall look, same size frame, do 4, do 6. Even numbers
Keep
is
it
always a
even,
good
Steven.
idea.
Yeah, that's really smart.
Yep.
Okay, our final decor dilemma comes from Kristen in Frederick, Maryland, who needs some help in her home office. Let's take a look.
I need help with my office space. We moved into this house about 1.5 years ago, and every other room is just the way we want it. But this space where I spend a lot of my time, it's dark, there's no storage, and it's just become a dumping ground for everything that doesn't have a place. How can I set it up so that it's comfortable and more professional and cohesive?
Yeah, she needs that space.
The home office does become that spot where everything just ends up, right?
Yes.
So it's all about bringing functional and stylish storage into the space. She's got one bookcase here. It's not quite enough, but she's got a great desk. Here's my after. Doesn't that look amazing?
Yes, I love the symmetry.
Yeah, so look, 2 symmetrical bookcases. Keep her great desk, pop it right in the center.
Wow.
A great warm leather desk chair. And then what's great about the bookcases is you can have style and substance together, right? So you could decorate in there and then put some great storage
I love
baskets
that.
like these
Like
ones here
those.
from Amazon. Put your stuff in there. Then this, by the way, this is IKEA. You don't need to break the bank for that built-in look.
Does this come with this
Wait,
light
you're
from
gonna
IKEA?
die. No, you're gonna die. So
Show
this
us.
is from Amazon, $20-something, and it's battery operated on a remote.
No, it's
So we
not.
just popped it on to give it that kind of built-in look.
You
Right
know
now,
I love a
elevated-
library light.
Love a library picture light.
I
think it
do, and I
elevates
love
the
a library
entire look.
ladder.
Me too.
Way to go, Preston.
That was
You
so
killed
fun,
it.
guys.
You killed
Kristen,
it.
we love you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Coming up next, we've been waiting for this segment. As we like to say, it gets greater later.
Author and entrepreneur Chip Conley explains the upside of Midlife.
Come on, Chip.
Right after this.
Yes.
Chip.
So, Chip is awesome.
Let's look at the weather across the country. Now here's a peek out your window. I just want quiet. This is truly a pinch me moment right here at Fenway Park. Sweet, but I like you.
Very much like yourself.
What if we told you this? What if we told you this? That the best is yet to come. The wisest, the happiest, the most authentic version of yourself is still ahead of you.
Oh my gosh, tell me more. I feel like you do talk about this. We talk about it all the time. And here to do just that is the founder of Modern Elder Academy and author of Learning to Love Midlife, Chip Conley. Chip. Hoda's been raving.
Chip, okay, I'm just going to full disclosure.
Yes, full
I met Chip Conley, and meeting you was life-changing for me. You're one of these people who is ready to carry people from a certain phase of their life into the best part. And when I sat with you, I remember I felt full to the top. So we're going to talk about this.
You're setting a very high standard for
I'm
this
not.
segment.
You know what? Listen to his TED Talk. Read his books, go to his academy, and you will understand why people are lining up, why it's hard to get into your academy, why one by one people tell me, I've been to Chip's Academy. So let's just talk, let's back up. So you were living your life, you're a hotelier, you started a hotel business. Life was going along fine. And then something happened that changed your trajectory.
Yeah, and just as true, you know, first of all, honored to be here. Love both of you. And so in my late 40s, all of a sudden, my life fell apart. And I started calling it a midlife crisis. I now call it a midlife chrysalis because midlife for the butterfly is the chrysalis between caterpillar, butterfly, chrysalis, butterfly. And I didn't know what to do with myself. And I lost 5 male friends to suicide between 2008 and 2010. And for me, I had to have an NDE. I had a near-death experience. I died and went to the other side and came back. And that was when I woke up to saying, okay, I want to try to do midlife differently. And I did what I call now the great midlife edit. I let go of the things in my life that just weren't working.
What did you let go of that other people could possibly think about for their own lives?
Some of it was my mindset. Some of it was my mindset of like, and maybe my expectations. You know, my parents, who I love deeply and probably are watching right now, you know, at some level there's a point of like, oh, I'm going to be president of the United States someday. Like, no, I'm letting go of that one for sure. We won't even go there, my dear.
I know. I need a lot of therapy.
But everything from, you know, climbing Mount Everest to having a New York Times bestseller. I mean, there were a lot of things that I just was like, you know what? I'm going to let go of those expectations. Brené Brown calls it the midlife unraveling. And she says you start to unravel the expectations that have got you so bunched up. Like to be raveled means something that's so bunched up you can't get it undone. So for me, it was like letting go of some expectations.
And what happened then?
And then, you know, I sold my company. I sold the boutique hotel company at the bottom of the Great Recession, which was not the best idea financially, but it's what I needed. I gave myself a midlife atrium, which is sort of a space to actually reimagine what was next. And then I was asked by the founders of Airbnb 11 years ago to be their modern elder, which they're like, oh, you're making fun of my age.
And you were 49.
I was 52.
Okay.
They were in their 20s and early 30s. And they said, Chip, a modern elder is someone who's as curious as they are wise. And that's when I said, like, okay, that's what I want to be when I grow up. And I spent the next 7.5 years guiding them up to their IPO. And I loved it. And I started to realize, wow, I had the tale of 2 midlives. A midlife I hated in my late 40s, and a midlife I loved in my 50s. And that's why I decided to write the book.
They do feel in a funk when they're in midlife. So what's the upside? Like, what's the good stuff of midlife?
Well, we tend to, in midlife, we often are looking at the losses. And sometimes the losses are very physical. I mean, let's recognize that as a society, anti-aging products are often anti-woman products in the sense that they're about making you feel badly about the physical effects of age. And so, let's know that some things get worse with age, and we know what those things are. Your short-term memory, you know, just as you get comfortable in your own skin, it starts to sag, etc. But what gets better with age, and that's what this book's about, is the 12 reasons why life gets better with age is the subtitle. And so your emotional intelligence and moderation gets better with age. You're less reactive. You start to love yourself more. Love yourself in midlife. You actually get wiser as you get older. You get clearer about what you like in life and what you don't like. So your first half of your life is about accumulating. and the second half of your life is about editing. So there's all these things that get better with age, and yet we don't really elevate them so that the mainstream knows about them. And yet the U-curve of happiness social science research shows that after a low point of 45 to 50, which is coming up for you, my dear.
I know, but I don't feel.
But
I
your
don't
mileage
feel
may
it.
vary. I think you probably already had it.
I might have had it.
Yeah.
I feel pretty happy.
After 50, life begins at 50. You start getting happier.
Yeah.
And with each decade, 50 is happier than 40, 60 is happier than 50.
I mean, that's what Jodie Foster
She
just
said
said that.
60 is happier than 50.
Oh my God. Well, I got to hug her on the way out. Oh!
But she said something, and I love
Yeah.
this. She said, ice cream tastes better.
Yeah,
I feel like
everything.
it's an appreciation of small things as opposed, I mean, you said
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
that people may think, it's not about wealth. It's not
No.
about these big things
Accumulating.
that you're taught.
One of the things that we're taught, and especially when we're in families that have high expectations of us as kids, is there's a definition of success.
Yeah.
And we jump on the treadmill and we start running for that success, not even realizing that maybe this isn't our definition of success.
Right. Yeah, it's theirs.
And I call this successism. Successism sort of afflicts us such that we think we're supposed to be successful this way, when in fact it's around midlife. Sometimes we say, like, you know what? I'm living someone else's life.
Totally. Yeah.
This isn't my life, and I'm starting to realize that I need to edit some of the voices in my head that are, whether they come from our parents or society or our community or our friends. It's now time to say, like, what defines success for you? And that's one of the most
We're
important
going to
parts
take just a quick pause. Quick. We'll be back with a lot of Chip's great advice coming up after this. It's so true. We're back with the author of Learning to Love Midlife, Chip Conley. People are wondering, midlife, what is that?
Yes.
50s, 60s?
We're all in midlife, the three of us. Early 40s, late 50s, early 60s. I think some academics now say it lasts from 35 to 75, so it's a marathon.
Okay.
And so the question I like to ask people is, what percentage of your adult life is still ahead of you?
Oh, geez.
So the average age of the people who come to the Modern Elder Academy, MEA, is 54. The average age they think they're going to live till is 90. And so at 54, you're halfway through 18 to 90. So at 54, you don't usually think, I'm halfway through adulthood. And
it's like reframing how you think about it.
Hoda, if you live to 100, you're halfway through your
How exciting
adult
is
life.
that?
I'm kind of into it.
You
I
are.
like that.
And I think you probably will live to 100.
I like
definitely
this.
will.
All right, let's talk about some things that we can do, some tips. All right, you say it's important to become a beginner at something. I love that.
This is one of the most important tools of living a courageous and lovely life as you get older. How do you become a beginner at something? At age 57, I learned how to surf, and I learned Spanish. And it's partly because something we're going to talk about later is I asked the question, 10 years from now, what will I regret if I don't learn it or do it now?
Yeah.
And at 57...
And you thought about just your thought of it, not what other people think.
No, exactly. I said to myself, I'm living in Mexico, which is where our first MEA campus is. The second one's in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And I was like, okay, I am living in Mexico. I got to learn Spanish. Yeah. And I live on a surf break. I live on the beach. I'm going to learn to surf.
Yeah. How amazing.
Because I said, if I wait till 67, I'll regret it. And anticipated regret is a form of wisdom.
Okay, let's get to these. Okay, you say gratitude journals, we all know it, but what's a wisdom journal?
At age 28, I started a practice where every weekend I would make a list of what I'd learned that week and how it would serve me in the future. Because our painful life lessons are the raw material for our future wisdom. And so I was like, okay, if I'm going to have some painful life lessons, I better do something with it. And so for 35 years now, I've been doing that. And it's a way of accelerating your wisdom. And wisdom is one of the byproducts of growing older.
All right, here's the last one we'll get to right here, but you got to get the book. It's called Anticipated Regret. What is that?
Anticipated regret is that the idea of thinking about the thing that if you don't do it, how will it feel if you don't do it? Because regret of the thing you didn't do is twice as painful as the regret you did of the thing you did and wish you
Totally.
hadn't done.
Don't leave the things on your to-do list.
We only went through 3
No,
of
we
the
need
reasons.
more.
Wait, there are 12 reasons why life gets better with age. I said to Jodie Foster when she was leaving, grab this book from Chip if you can. It's an awesome book. Chip, you're an incredible person. Watch his TED Talk. The Modern Elder Academy is a place that people really want to go if you want to change in your life. Chip,
It's
thank
incredible
you.
meeting you, and Huda did not raise my expectations too high.
Yes.
It's true, and you can check out Learning to Love Midlife at today.com/books or get it wherever you buy your books.
We'll be back right after this.
Thank you.
Way to go, Chip.
Chip. Chip. That too.
Yes. Coming up tomorrow from Law & Order SVU, we have Mariska Hargitay
And
with
a
us.
simple weeknight meal from Chef Michael Solomonov.
We've got to start reading. We have our
Hi.
books.
We're busy.
reading. Very
We're
busy.
Busy.
Chocolate. It's a perfect combination of bitter, sweet, creamy, and rich. For many, chocolate isn't just a treat, it's a sensory escape. I'm Elena Besser. I'm a professional chef, recipe developer, content creator, and chocoholic. So I'm heading out to meet 2 women innovating the chocolate industry and turning an everyday luxury into something truly extraordinary.
Sometimes when I go into the farm with my clippers and I talk to the trees, I notice every detail in the tree, the flower, the color.
Yadira Vasquez is the owner of Hacienda Chocolat. This cacao farm sits next to the El Yunque rainforest in Puerto Rico. What a beautiful place you've got here. I met Yadira to learn how an ancient tropical fruit from the Amazon blossomed into a $100 billion global industry.
There's so many aromas and flavors that you can experience in a chocolate bar.
People have been eating cacao for over 5,000 years. Turning this fruit into chocolate was perfected by the Mayans and Aztecs. They're credited with the process of refining cacao into a frothy chocolate beverage. After the brutal Spanish conquest of the Aztecs, the drink was brought to Europe. Due to soaring demand across the continent, by the late 1800s, chocolate production had moved to Africa, where labor was essentially free. Today, 60% of the world's chocolate is grown on the Ivory Coast. Initially, the Spanish also tried to establish plantations in Puerto Rico, but they failed due to hurricanes. For centuries, leftover cacao species flourished on the island in the wild. In the late 1980s, amid fears of a global cacao shortage, the U.S. Department of Agriculture began researching these trees to find a variety that could produce more pods.
The results came out that at least 10 were very good for Puerto Rico and our climate. And they were chosen for their productivity, resistance to disease, and flavor.
At that time, Yadira was in medical school studying radiology. She opened her own clinic while raising 3 young children. But a breast cancer diagnosis in 2005 changed everything.
As a doctor, I diagnosed myself. So it's very scary because you're a doctor, you know exactly what it means.
Yadira made several life changes to focus on recovery. She bought a few acres of undeveloped farmland to meditate, relax, and reconnect with her love of gardening.
I think that once you connect to nature, everything in your emotional body starts to heal.
She began growing various tropical fruit trees, including cacao.
And I started experimenting. I thought, I have pots, now I have to make chocolate.
In 2014, Yadira won a grant from the USDA and Chocolate Cortez, one of the Caribbean's biggest producers, to bring cacao farming back to Puerto Rico. She purchased more trees and was able to expand her operation.
Well, initially when I got this farm, it was a forest. So we have trees here that are probably more than 50, 60 years old. Wow. Our trails go around those trees.
Within 3 years, her first crop was ready, but tragedy struck.
Swaths of Puerto Rico underwater, roofs ripped off, trees toppled.
We've had other hurricanes in Puerto Rico, but Maria was unreal. I still look at the pictures today, and it's been, 6 years, and I feel like crying.
It took 2 years to rebuild the farm.
Actually, we do have trees that fell, and new branches came up, and we just left them there because they're so productive. So that's one thing I love about the tree. It's very resilient, it's very strong. I think I get very identified with the tree because I feel like we're the same.
Yeah, you're
But,
strong
yeah.
and you're resilient.
A decade after her farm journey began, Yadira was able to start selling raw beans. Within a year, a special batch was entered into the Cocoa of Excellence Awards in Italy.
I had sold those beans to Cortez, so they call me and they go like, you should send these beans, they're really good.
Those beans won Yadira the Silver Award in 2021. Inspired to do more, she built her own facility to process chocolate.
I might have the same tree in a different farm, and the soil and the climate is going to be different, and there's no way you're going to taste the similar thing any other place.
Her dedication has led to 2 more Cocoa of Excellence Awards for beans and bars.
When you see your name, Hacienda Chocolate Puerto Rico, among excellent other chocolate makers from all around the world, my heart just bursts.
Yadira is passionate about sharing her love for cacao. Today, she makes most of her money from tourism.
What do you hope the tourists walk away from coming to the farm with?
Well, they learn what real chocolate is and where it comes from. When they go like, we never thought chocolate was so difficult.
It helps them savor it more.
The farm tour at Hacienda Chocolat is a stunning hike featuring some of Yadira's favorite plants, like ginger and vanilla. But I was here for the cacao, which is incredibly difficult to grow. These trees only thrive near the equator, and they need lots of water.
We have multiple showers during the day, so we don't need any irrigation for the trees. They get exactly what they need.
The cacao trees here are from different parts of South and Central America, all with different flavors and aromas. When we're eating the chocolate bar itself, do you use a mixture of the pods? How does it work?
It's a blend of all the different varieties we have here.
The cacao fruit starts as a small flower that can only be pollinated by a midge fly.
It opens in the morning. The midge has 24 hours to do his work. And then if it does get pollinized, you can see, I have to come closer here. You're gonna see a very tiny cacao back here. See?
Oh my
This
gosh.
one. So
That's
the
crazy.
baby cacao.
I am shook by how tiny and cute that is.
Cacao pods must be harvested by hand, so Yadira put me to work. This is beautiful. So we've picked about a dozen pods. How much chocolate does this make?
Well, we almost have 1 pound of chocolate. And 1 pound of chocolate should give us at least 10 to 12 chocolate bars.
I have a whole new appreciation for chocolate. I already really appreciated chocolate, I just want to make that clear, but having this context, I appreciate it even more. Time to taste the literal fruits of my labor. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. It's so slimy.
You're just gonna suck, you're not gonna bite or
I just suck on it?
Yes.
It tastes kind of like a mango.
Exactly. It tastes more like tropical fruits. It can be mango, some people say pineapple.
After they're picked, the pods head to the processing facility. The first step is fermentation. Wooden boxes are lined with banana leaves, then filled with the beans, which ferment for up to 10 days.
Yes.
That's insane. The smell is almost like big kombucha. They're air dried for about a week. So tell me why you've decided to dry them in the sun rather than using machinery.
It preserves much more of the flavor.
Most chocolate farmers sell their beans after fermentation. Of the roughly 6 million cacao farms around the world, only a couple hundred make their own bars commercially. That's because processing the dried beans requires expensive equipment. A special oven roasts the beans to bring out a nutty, rich flavor.
We do low roast, and we want to preserve the floral and the fruity notes.
The beans are cracked into cacao nibs, then crushed and ground into a creamy paste known as chocolate liquor. Depending on the type of chocolate being made, cocoa butter, sugar, and milk can be added. The mixture is cooled into large blocks and aged for up to 2 weeks. To make a bar, the block is melted back into syrup. And the tempering process is what gives it that sexy sheen, right?
Exactly, and the snappiness.
The chocolate is then poured into plastic molds and refrigerated to harden. After all that work, I was ready to finally taste Yadira's award-winning chocolate. Enjoying chocolate in different ways is an essential part of the tour at Hacienda Chocolat. Yadira starts with a sip of history. First, cacao nibs are added to a warm metate, a traditional device used by the Mayans and Aztecs to make hot chocolate.
You're using the force, your weight on the stones.
Do you want me to get in there and help
Yeah.
out? It almost feels like I'm grinding rocks. Except the aroma makes it all worth it.
Yes.
Yadira adds peppers just like the Mayans did. After 20 minutes of grinding, the cacao starts to lighten. I thought I was nearly done.
How much longer should I be doing this?
Like 2 more hours.
Okay, great. Let's go.
I'm just kidding.
Yadira finishes the drink by mixing the cacao paste with water. To make it foamy, she uses a molinillo, a Mexican wooden whisk.
The foam was said to be the spirit of the cacao.
Okay.
So, and it would connect the drinker of the chocolate with the gods.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Wow, this is unlike any hot chocolate I've ever had. It's definitely leaning more in the savory side of things, but I'm kind of obsessed.
Time to taste the chocolate bars with a boozy twist. Not only is Yadira a chocolate expert, but she's deeply passionate about spirits. Tourgoers can enjoy a chocolate pairing with a variety of spirits, including a Puerto Rican favorite, locally crafted rum.
The rum and the chocolate will give us a greater sensory experience than the separate ingredients. We try to choose like things that are grown in the same place.
What grows together goes together.
So in this case, the sugar cane is a tropical plant and the cacao tree is a tropical tree.
Yadira pairs a 3-year-old añejo with her award-winning white chocolate bar, topped with cacao and coffee nibs.
White chocolate is pretty controversial. What makes yours special?
This is a white chocolate where the powder milk has gone to the oven and it's caramelized. Just place the chocolate in your mouth and just let it melt a little bit. You have to bite the nibs. All Puerto Rican.
It's a dangerous combination, my friend.
The second rum, aged in a bourbon barrel, is paired with 70% dark chocolate.
I feel like it's more fruity and it's a little bit more mellowed out. I'd say this is the perfect pair for someone that thinks they don't love dark chocolate.
Exactly.
Trying these together makes it more approachable.
Like nothing I've ever tasted before, Yadira's chocolate is a love letter to the El Yunque rainforest. Every bite has a complex blend of floral and fruity notes imparted from the surrounding flora. Through her hands-on process, Yadira celebrates the land on which this cacao is grown.
What do you love the most about this?
Here in the forest and in the plantation, I feel like it's my real home. The scientific name is Theobroma cacao. That means Theo is God and Broma is food, so it's the food of the gods. I think it is a gift of nature to the humans. And there's so many things we can do with chocolate and culinary recipes, so it is the food of the gods.
Yes, cheers to that, and cheers to chocolate.
Next up, I head back to New York to meet a pastry chef turning chocolate into edible art. Seeing fresh cacao turned into chocolate only whet my appetite for more. I couldn't wait to get back to New York to meet one chef designing show-stopping confections.
I'm drawn to the incredible versatility and endless possibilities of chocolate. I get to express my love for flavors, colors, design, and artwork.
Susanna Yoon is the founder and head chef of Stick With Me Sweets in New York City.
How are you? It's so nice to meet you.
She's best known for her handmade bonbons. They're truly a treat for all the senses. With over 20 gorgeous and uniquely flavored varieties to choose from, I couldn't wait to see what sweet surprises Susanna had in store. I'm shook by how stunning these are. Pieces of jewelry that you get to eat.
Yes. So I have a few I have in mind for you to try. Okay. The matcha, black sesame, calamansi meringue pie.
I almost don't want to eat it, it's so pretty.
So if you take a bite, you can look inside and see the layers.
It looks like a tiny key lime pie. And now, the moment we've been waiting for.
It's our black sesame with mango and passion fruit jam on top.
So pretty.
This flavor was inspired by roasting black sesame seeds with my grandmother.
Susanna, the daughter of Korean immigrants, was born and raised in Seattle. With 2 working parents, her grandmother was an integral part of her upbringing and one of her biggest inspirations when it comes to food.
I remember my grandmother's favorite line was, "Have you eaten yet?" I would just watch her hands move so gracefully as she prepared each dish, and the aromas in the house were always so captivating.
What were some of your grandma's philosophies when it came to food?
It's about variety. Her table was set up with so many different little dishes.
Would you say that your grandmother's love language was gift giving?
Absolutely. It was cooking, feeding people, and giving people her delicious treats that she would make.
And that's what you do here, which is so cool.
Yes.
How the heck did you end up in New York?
The day my grandmother passed away, I felt like I had lost a part of my heart. And I was actually not in the culinary world, but it was in that moment I vowed to my grandmother that I wanted to be more like her and bring joy to people through food.
Did you always have a passion for dessert?
Yes, I ate chocolates every day. I don't even know why my dad allowed me to do that.
Susanna's passion for sweets took her to the pastry program at the International Culinary Center in New York City. After graduation, she landed a coveted job at the renowned French eatery, Café Boulud. What was it like breaking into the industry as a woman who pivoted her career?
It was marked by a lot of fear and some excitement. I was pretty quiet and reserved, but after working just like a few days in the kitchen, I quickly realized the need to be more vocal and assertive.
Susanna then honed her skills at Thomas Keller's Michelin-starred Per Se, developing an eye for precision.
Talking or even smiling was not really encouraged. The kitchen was really quiet. Everyone was super focused.
In those high-intensity environments, how did you keep your head held high?
I didn't. Sorry, I didn't keep my head was always down. I was always working. It was just really mentally and physically demanding.
But working 15-hour days didn't deter Susanna. Her ultimate goal was to be her own boss. In 2014, she opened her own shop, a cozy Nolita store called Stick With Me. Her mission, to provide memorable gifting moments with elegant bites just like her grandmother.
I feel like beautiful and delicious chocolate should be available for all of life's special moments.
Originally, all production and sales were run out of the Nolita store. But during the pandemic, when many food businesses faced closure, Susanna's online sales spiked. Susanna opened her Brooklyn factory 2 years ago. When she started out, Susanna sold about 15,000 boxes a year. Today, they're on track to sell 70,000. Some people may not know that you have a second location.
Yes.
And it's in Korea.
Yes. I really wanted to reconnect with my heritage and be able to share a new chocolate experience from New York City with Seoul, Korea.
These views are crazy.
At her factory, Susanna believes that to do their best work, her staff needs to feel their best.
I wanted a positive space for my staff. If you want to like brainstorm some fun and creative ideas, you need to feel good every day.
Even the industrial kitchen is laid out with shorter frames in mind.
I basically built the kitchen so that I could reach everything. It's more built for female chefs.
Susanna's staff, which happens to be all women, appreciates the environment fostered by their boss.
She always wants us to have a good work-life balance. I would never really want to ask off for any other places that
It's
I've worked
scary,
at before.
right?
Yeah, but I think definitely whatever you value is super important for her.
Susanna also provides regular training sessions so employees can keep enhancing their skills. No longer confined by someone else's rules, Susanna can let her imagination run wild.
The lighter color, milk chocolate, darker color, dark chocolate, and white chocolate. Those were the 3 colors I got to use when I was working at Per Se. And so when I left, I wanted to make it more colorful, more vibrant.
That vibrancy is exactly why her bonbons have received plenty of accolades. Even Oprah is a fan. Like any artist, Susanna and her team follow a painstaking process to create each bonbon. And it starts with the finest ingredients from around the world.
We have to make a lot of orders from different places and different farms to get the perfect ingredients that we need.
Vanilla beans sourced from Tahiti give confections a more floral flavor. Matcha is hand-carried from Japan, and buttery Elliott pecans are shipped right from Georgia. It can take up to 2 days to make a batch of these intricate bonbons.
I know this is cheesy, but I feel like a kid in a candy store, Susanna.
I couldn't wait to put my bonbon making skills to the test with one of the shop's best sellers.
So we're gonna make the pecan pie bonbon.
Each bonbon is decorated by hand. Susanna starts the process by splatter painting the mold.
So we're gonna make it rain.
Okay, let's make it
All right. So I like to put my arms up a little bit higher and then just let it gently drop.
Next, it's onto the tempering machine, where Susanna creates the silky smooth chocolate shell.
So the goal is to make sure that the chocolate's inside the mold and not outside the mold.
Okay.
We're gonna turn on the vibrating table. It's gonna help us get all the air bubbles out. When you see it looks good, it's time to create the perfect shell. Take a peek, make sure it's perfect, keep it level.
Okay, I'm really nervous, but we're gonna crush it.
And then stop. All right.
Hold on.
You got it, and the sides.
Guys, this is crazy.
Sensitive to temperature, humidity, and time, chocolate can be very difficult to work with. Many professional chefs, myself included, struggle to master this sweet. Susanna's chocolatiers work with her for months to learn each step in the bonbon making process. After the shells cool and set, it's time to pipe the layers of flavor. First up, a sea salt caramel.
When you pipe, it's almost like a clock.
Let's see if I can handle this. I can handle it.
You can do it.
Thank you.
All right, next step is filling it with our golden candy pecans. All right, we made a pecan praline, and now we're gonna pipe this in.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Wish me luck. Oh man. What would you say the most important step in the process is?
Every step is the most important step in the process.
Speaking like a Michelin pastry chef over here, my friend.
The filled bonbons refrigerate to set. And then it's time for the final step. A double seal of chocolate creates a perfect uniform shell.
Wow.
After a final rest in the climate-controlled chocolate room, it's time for the big reveal.
Okay, I'm so excited.
Oh, there's one stubborn one.
Here she is. They turned out gorgeous.
Yes.
These are so beautiful. How about we taste all of our hard work?
Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers.
wow. It's just so texturally satisfying. After a hard day of making and tasting chocolates, I joined Susanna's team for what they call family meal. The ladies gather once a week to celebrate their successes and relish in their fierce female workforce.
I think there's a lot of kindness here. We all want to hear what the other ones have to say.
What's the best piece of advice that Chef Susanna's given you?
Really focus on like your mental health so that when you come to work, you can be the best that you can be.
I could never show up to a dinner party empty-handed, so I put my own spin on one of Susanna's beloved bonbons, the black sesame, inspired by her grandmother.
It was so good.
You like it?
So good, yum.
Creating special memories with food is definitely something I'm all about. It's that legacy of giving that continues to inspire Susanna. What do you think your grandmother would think of this place?
She was always proud of me. I would bring her a cup of water and she would say, oh my God, this water that you brought for me tastes like honey. And so I know that she would be looking down and feeling really happy about what I built here.
I think we can all agree that chocolate is good for the soul. My sweet tooth is certainly satisfied, but it's these ladies behind the bean who are making a lasting impression and taking chocolate to new heights. From Puerto Rico to right here in New York City, the women of the chocolate world know what it means to break the mold.
Ah, pizza. The golden crust, the tangy sauce, and that ooey gooey cheese. It's no surprise that this divine creation is one of America's most popular foods. But in the countless pizzerias I've been to, it's still pretty rare to see a woman tossing dough or tending a giant oven. I'm Elena Besser. I'm a professional chef, recipe developer, and content creator, so I'm constantly curious about who is making my meals. Now I'm heading out to meet the women breaking barriers in the pizza world today and creating more space for everyone at the table. Mankind has been eating flatbreads for centuries, but the modern pizza was invented in Naples, Italy. It was popular among the working class who needed meals that were quick and cheap. When Queen Margherita of Savoy visited Naples in the late 1800s, Chef Raphael Esposito served her a pie inspired by Italy's national colors. The Queen's approval turned this humble street food into a royal favorite. So you could say it was a woman who really put pizza on the world map.
I think the love from pizza is something I always say, I think is my blood.
Georgia Capruccio owns Manhattan's Don Antonio, known for its classic Neapolitan pies. While New York City has thousands of pizzerias, very few are actually owned by women.
What do your guests say when they walk into the restaurant and they see a woman standing at the pizza oven making their pizza?
So some of the people are really, I can see from the face, they're surprised. And they bring the kids, they bring their daughter to have, pizza, and it's super fun.
Georgia is one of only 2 women to ever win one of Italy's largest pizza competitions, a feat she accomplished at just 21 years old. Her victory surprised everyone, including Georgia herself.
It was crazy. My father signed for me.
Wait, so he signed you up to compete in this competition and you had no idea?
No idea. Zero idea. 5 minutes before the competition started, he came to me and said, oh, by the way, I signed up for you.
Georgia placed first in the classic pizza category, cementing her love for the craft and giving her shop a major boost.
I never imagined that I can win. I was super happy. That moment, it was unique because I remember feel free, feel super light.
Growing up on a dairy farm in Terracina, Italy, Georgia's love for pizza started early.
Tell me some of your earliest food memories.
So my grandmother, for example, she was making pizza for me every Sunday with just tomato sauce and oregano, so really simple.
So that's true grandma style pizza from grandma herself.
Georgia's grandmother may have introduced her to pizza, but it was her father, Roberto Capruccio, that made it a true family obsession. Roberto left his family and moved to Naples to study the art of pizza making. Giorgia was just 8 years old, so she rarely saw him growing up. By the early 2000s, Roberto's culinary chops brought him to the US. His restaurant, Keste, is touted as serving some of the best pizza in New York City.
Did you ever think that you would end up in food one day?
Never. Also, when I first arrived over here, like I come in like New York for learn English and never imagined. So the only option for me to know my father or to understand what he was doing is stay with him. This is why I started to make pizza.
So Giorgia moved to the States to reconnect with her father. Giorgia was the only woman assembling pies in the kitchen, so she was motivated to prove she belonged.
And also everybody, all the co-workers was making fun of me because I don't know how to make pizza, I don't cook at home.
So you're like, I'll show you.
She shadowed her father for 3 years, but Roberto wanted his daughter to train harder. He sent her to Naples to study with his former mentor. She was the only female apprentice in her class.
What were the responses from the other people that were learning alongside you, those men?
So like they don't feel that I can do, like I can be successful or I can be reach a high level of be a pizza maker, because they say, oh, one day you have kids so you stay home.
Did you ever respond to them or did you just ignore them?
I ignore. My pizza is my business card.
Giorgia returned to the US with a renewed determination to make pizza her profession. She opened Don Antonio with her father in 2012.
When did you have that spark where you realized, oh my goodness, this is what I'm gonna do for my career?
When I opened Don Antonio. And I was really in charge of everything in the kitchen. But in that moment I say, I need to be the best.
There's this term going around right now called Nepo baby, where it's the concept of nepotism. But you have really taken time to learn the craft and do the work to prove yourself. So do you feel like you've been able to move outside of your dad's shadow?
Not yet.
Giorgia says customers are still surprised that she's running the shop these days, not her famous father.
You never saw a lot daughter follow, pizza maker, father pizza maker.
After working 13-hour days for nearly a decade, she's had to take a step back with her first child on the way.
Working in a kitchen, I can speak from experience, it is incredibly physically demanding. So how have you had to adapt as you've seen your body change?
So I changed completely. I need to change completely. So before I was really strong. I don't need to eat, I don't need to sleep a lot.
Today, 10% of people working in the food and hospitality industries have access to some type of parental leave. Giorgia is keenly aware she's in a unique position.
I'm really lucky because I can organize myself in my job. The other woman cannot.
Right, you're the boss, so you can call the shots, and that actually works to your advantage.
Yes.
At Don Antonio, I was ready to see this boss get to work. Italy, just like the US, is home to many different regional styles of pizza. Giorgia specializes in Neapolitan pizza, which is prized for its simplicity and high-quality ingredients. The dough, the tomatoes, the types of cheese, and the techniques are all strictly regulated by 2 associations based in Naples. Giorgia used to train chefs with the Associazione Pizzaioli Napoletani, so I was ready to learn from a true pizzaiola.
What is the first step?
So we start with the tomato.
Neapolitan pizzas must be topped with tomatoes grown close to Naples.
So basically I crush like that.
Ooh, that must feel nice.
Yes.
The base of the dough uses water, fresh yeast, salt, and imported 00 flour, which refers to its super fine grind. This dough has been fermenting for a full day.
So you can see the bubbling.
Nice.
So Neapolitan pizza, the characteristic is the bubble crust.
The dough is cut and shaped into little balls, which rest for another 5 hours.
Now we need to start to make the pizza. This is semolina. See the...
Look at the bubbles, it's alive.
So now what Neapolitan pizza maker do is like just push the air.
Okay. Oh wow, and you can see all of that air is pushing out to create that crust. Can I try?
Yeah.
It feels so fluffy.
After the dough is stretched, it's time for the toppings. First up, the tomato sauce.
So 1 exactly spoon. Now we put basil, pecorino.
Okay, and that's a little saltier than traditional Parmesan.
The pizza is finished with a hefty handful of mozzarella and a generous drizzle of fruity extra virgin olive oil. Then it's ready for the oven.
And that's it.
I love it.
Ready to go.
To the oven.
The key to a stellar Neapolitan pizza is an incredibly hot wood-burning oven. This one, brought over from Italy, burns at a scorching 900 degrees, so it only takes 2 minutes for the pies to cook.
There we go.
Wow.
It's your pizza.
This is stunning.
God.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
This is the crust that you want on the bottom. Like thin, but you have the crunchy also.
I cannot handle how much flavor is in such simplicity. I am in heaven.
At Don Antonio in New York City, I couldn't wait to try Giorgia's award-winning Montanara, a fried pizza.
Fried pizza is one of the oldest pizza. It was invented, created in Naples. And you
No
can find
way.
It. Yes.
Wow, I had no idea.
So if you see the movie with the Sophia Loren, The Gold of Naples,
Okay.
she was fried on the street.
Women are tied to fried pizza. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes, so the women in Naples try to help and sustain the family. They was
Right.
really poor family.
mhm.
So they start to fry and sell on the street. The
Okay,
pizza.
amazing. So it really all started with the women. Let's not
Yes.
forget that.
Yes.
Giorgia fries the same traditional dough to a golden brown. Then she tops it with tomato sauce, pecorino, basil, and smoked buffalo mozzarella. To get that gooey melted cheese, she finishes the pie in the oven for less than a minute.
Wow, it looks so puffy. It almost looks like focaccia.
It's the most delicious and simple.
You get that crispy crust on the outside, but you're still getting such a doughy, light, fluffy center.
You need to try at least one time in your life.
Absolutely, are you kidding? I had no idea that this exists.
Despite her success, Giorgia knows there's still a long way to go when it comes to representation in the pizza world. In 2019, she helped co-found Women in Pizza, an organization that helps support and connect chefs, restaurant owners, and food entrepreneurs. Two of Giorgia's closest friends from the group stopped by Don Antonio.
The friendship that we create is more really tight, much deep friendship that you can create in the pizza world.
Alexandra Mortati was inspired to start the group after talking to many women in the restaurant world with shared experiences. Alexandra, you've talked about how women are often hidden in pizza shops. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I think a lot of times women get slotted into roles that people think they're best fit for. Because you're a woman, maybe you seem more nurturing, they want to put you in management. Or maybe you're really good with people, they want to put you as the hostess or somewhere in the front. But what you might be interested in is making the pizza. And you have to fight a lot harder for them to give you that space to prove yourself.
Nicole Russell, a pizza maker who hosts the show Pizza Wars, agrees.
Women just have different challenges and different barriers to entry than the average guy. And it's like, you know, one thing about being in Women in Pizza is that a lot of times when we do the show demos, I'll be the only woman with all the guys. And they're just so dominant and like, you know, we're also passionate about making pizza, you know? And we all can't wait to just make the pizza. But sometimes you just gotta, get out the way. You know what I mean? So I think it's important that, you know, you always hear about a grandma slice, but actually you see a grandma representation. Yeah. Like you hear the grandma slice, but where's the grandma?
Where is the grandma?
Right,
Yeah.
right. Nona's at home, right? Well, bring Nona out.
Yes.
So that's what Women in Pizza is kind of about. All love, but just showcasing more, you know, how much women are a force in this industry.
And I think now there's a lot more room where men are mentoring younger women and women are mentoring younger women and empowering them. And it wouldn't be possible without women like Georgia and Nicole.
Cheers, ladies.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Pizza. Women in Pizza.
Yeah, to Women in Pizza. Where I live in the Big Apple, there are plenty of incredible pizza restaurants with pretty much every type of slice you can imagine. But there's a surprising place down south where folks are really flipping out for something special.
I want to be throwing dough. I want to be covered in flour and pizza sauce. It's kind of like my serenity.
Welcome to Tulsa, Oklahoma, where the famed Route 66 runs right into the historic downtown. This city is known for its Art Deco buildings and world-class museums dedicated to music legends Woody Guthrie and Bob Dylan. But unlike many visitors, I'm not here to dive into memorabilia. I'm here to meet Tara Hadden, a rising star on the national pizza scene. Oh my gosh, it's so great to finally meet you. I'm obsessed with the door, master of this domain, Tara Hadden. That's epic. I love it. Look at this beautiful restaurant.
So we're just kind of a late 80s, early 90s themed pizzeria.
That's what we love. As a 90s baby, I'm all here for it. And you're a 90s baby as well.
Barely.
Barely.
At 26 years old, Tara already owns 2 locations of Zaza's Pizza and Wings, a brand she founded. The name is a nod to the infamous Joey Zaza from The Godfather Part 3. Here, Tara is putting her own spin on a classic pizza shop with some very non-traditional offerings.
So these are all of our slice pies. We'll usually keep like the basics and stuff that people come in to try, like of course pepperoni, cheese,
Right.
sausage. And then we kind of have some of our weird stuff going on, of course.
Pickles.
Our pickle pie. And believe it or not, it's one of our best-selling pizzas.
No way.
Tara started working in pizza when she was 16, honing her skills at local pizzerias before meeting her mentor Mike Bausch of Andolini's Pizza, a small pizza empire in Tulsa.
Mike and his brother were in and out of the restaurants all the time, and he came in and he saw me throwing dough, and every time he came in, that's what he saw me doing. So he was like, "You're good at this, aren't you?" I'm like,
Good was an understatement. Mike recognized that Tara had a natural talent for throwing dough, so he started teaching her some basic acrobatic tricks. Yup, this is a real sport. Professional pizza acrobats spin, toss, and twirl dough at competitions around the world. During 3 to 5 minute choreographed routines, they're judged on the number of tricks they perform and their difficulty. One of the most well-known pizza competitions is the Pizza Games at Las Vegas's Pizza Expo, where pros from around the globe gather each spring. This year, Tara is competing in her 5th games. As usual, she'll be one of the only female competitors.
How did you even learn what pizza throwing was?
I saw this guy that I worked with at like my first ever pizzeria kind of doing it. And they had told me about Pizza Expo. And at that time, it was just like a dream to go to Pizza Expo.
Tara has come a long way since a disappointing last place finish at her first Pizza Games. Reflecting on that time, she says her head and heart were elsewhere, grieving the loss of her mother, the woman who sparked her love for cooking as a child.
I just kind of fell into like making food and stuff at home with my mom. Her, my grandma, long line of like women who cook and making recipes, and that was kind of what we would leave like down to our kids, where it's just cookbooks.
When Tara returned to Vegas the following year, she had a new purpose.
I made the reason I was going there worth everything that I kind of put into it. When I placed first in the preliminaries, it was such like a powerful moment. It actually fell on the anniversary of when she had passed away. So I was like, oh my gosh, like this is because of you, like you helped me, yeah. And it was kind of at that moment where I was like, everything is like paid off.
When Tara's not wowing crowds, she's busy making some of Tulsa's most unique pizzas. So we headed to her prep kitchen where 500 pounds of dough gets made into over 1,000 pies every day.
So our dough, we're gonna start with a local milled flour. And then we of course got our yeast, salt, and olive oil.
Great.
Best way to kind of start dough is by activating the yeast.
Okay.
So we usually activate it in some hot water, warm water, like 101 is usually ideal.
It's gonna smell really nice in here very soon.
Yes.
So give it a whisk. Great.
And then once we kind of wake the yeast up in here, we're gonna put it to sleep in some ice water.
Your turn. It's cold.
That's how you check your pain tolerance.
Yeah, exactly. You know? It's funny that the whole point of this is to put the yeast to sleep when I'm feeling more awake than ever with how cold this is on my fingers.
Now this is pretty bubbly, so we got a nice little foamy layer in there. And then we'll just throw this in with our flour. We already got some dough that's been mixing this morning.
The dough Tara uses for tricks doesn't have any yeast, so it stays dense like Play-Doh. Back at Zaza's, it was time to learn some tossing tricks. Woo! With a few new friends.
Good job, guys.
Each month, Tara holds a pizza making and throwing class for kids and parents at her shop. I'm a little older than her typical student, but I could not wait to join in on the fun.
We're gonna take it across our body.
Okay.
And then throw it up. And then throw it up in the air. Yeah, just like that. 1, 2, 3. I just kind of spin it like on my finger, like my knuckles almost.
Okay. Well, you have to get it going first.
Yeah.
Right?
The best trick I show people that's pretty easy is throwing it behind your shoulder.
Okay,
If
show me
you
that.
put your arm out, you know, like you're a little teapot, short and stout, you know, and then you just look that way and throw it.
It's like doing a cartwheel. It's not. Around the shoulder. Just like effortless. She's effortless. She's a world champion.
With the competition in Vegas fast approaching, I joined Tara and her mentor Mike for a practice session.
Pleasure to meet you.
Mike, you're the whole reason why Tara got into this. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I'm a dork for pizza, and her dorkage has just latched on to us, and it's exciting. It's about the love of pizza making, and this is a representation of that.
So are we gonna get a chance to see the full routine right now?
I mean, I guess we can do it.
Oh my gosh.
Tara uses silicone doughs to practice. They create the feel of acrobatic pizza dough without the floury mess.
Transitioning from hand to hand is what will give her more points.
Okay.
And then going behind the back seamlessly. Some people will really lean into one trick and try and make it last 30 seconds.
Okay.
She's going a trick per second.
Oh.
There it is.
Okay,
That's the Tara Classic. That's her signature move.
Unbelievable.
Hi, girl.
Woo!
There you go.
Here at Zaz's Pizza in Tulsa, pizza acrobat Tara Hatton is making waves with her signature moves and unique pies. I couldn't wait to make one of her fan favorites, a chicken and waffle pizza.
So you're essentially taking the Zaza's pizza and wings and you're creating a child with them of chicken and waffle pizza.
Yes, they are all my precious pizza babies.
We love.
This pizza uses a blend of margarine and butter as a base on top of the olive oil.
So this doesn't have a sauce on it, does it?
No, it's just gonna be like the oil and the butter.
Okay,
The
sick.
olive oil is just gonna be like a sheen to protect the dough itself. And then the butter will kind of melt and create these little soup pools that'll be perfect for when we put our waffles on. And it'll just like soak up all that butter.
Baby is
It's gonna
speaking
be
my
delicious.
language.
With our buttery base ready, Tara and I add boneless chicken wings and Mott's cheese. Then it was time for something sweet.
Our secret little ingredient, we're gonna add
Yes,
some syrup
look
before.
at this. It's so wrong, it's right. So a little bit of a swirl.
So it kind of bakes into the base and stuff and almost like caramelizes on there.
The pizza bakes at 555 degrees until the crust turns golden brown before the final topping.
It's smelling so good in here.
Smells like breakfast.
Breakfast. Jinx. Oh, we can't forget the Mike's hot
The
honey.
most important part.
Drizzle me timbers.
Pizza time.
Cheers.
Cheers.
So you get a combination of crunch and fluff with a little bit of that salty cheese.
And then it's just hot.
And then the hot honey.
It's good.
It slaps.
Of course, I couldn't leave Zaza's without trying the famous pickle pizza.
I could see a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle eating this right now. Cheers.
Cheers with your hot slice of pizza.
Oh my gosh. It's got that punchy vinegar pickle taste and the cheese mellows it out. I never knew that a pickle on a pizza would work so well.
It does. I don't like pineapple on pizza, but like pickle on pizza, that's my move.
Before heading back to New York, I had one more pizza party to attend.
My friend and owner of Zaza's Pizza and Wings, Tara Hatton.
Tara's routine wowed friends and fans of all ages who came to wish her well before the big competition.
Taking it all the way back to where you first began in the kitchen with your mom and grandma to where you are today. If they could see you now, what do you think they would say?
I would like to say that they are definitely proud. I don't think they would expect what I'm doing now compared to where my original game plan was in life. I think they would realize it's not just pizza to me. It is my life, it is my world, and I love it.
Tara placed second in the Masters Acrobatic Competition in Vegas. And she can't wait to come back and compete for the title again next year.
Pizza is the ultimate comfort food. With so many unique styles, sauces, and toppings, it's truly impossible to go wrong. As pizza has evolved over the years, so have the chefs behind this iconic Italian staple. Whether they're cooking pies, running front of house, or going all out on stage, the women making pizza today are creating more space at the table for everyone.
The rush of the water, the thrill of the catch. For many, fishing isn't just a hobby or a career, it's a lifestyle. In the US, women account for roughly 10% of commercial fishermen, but they've long played a vital role in the global seafood industry. I'm Elena Besser. As a chef, recipe developer, and content creator, I'm always hungry to learn more about the people who keep our food systems running. So I'm heading out to meet two women making waves in the fishing world and creating more space for everyone at the table. Welcome to the lush forests, expansive beaches, and pristine rivers of Washington State's Olympic Peninsula. Pacific Coast indigenous peoples have called these bountiful lands their home for millennia. The Quinault Indian Nation is one of many tribes that fishes, hunts, and forages here. As a non-native, I'm fortunate to be invited to the Quinault Reservation by fishing guide and tribal member Ashley Lewis.
When I think about the rivers, the oceans, the lakes out here, what I think about is home.
Ashley comes from a long line of Native Americans who fished these waters for years. In the 1850s, many tribes were forced to give up their land for white settlements, but they retained fishing and hunting rights on traditional lands. During the 1960s, as Washington State began infringing on those rights, Native Americans staged a series of protests known as fish-ins. These protests led to a landmark Supreme Court decision that protects Native fishing rights to this day. One activist at the forefront of that movement was Janet McLeod, dubbed the Rosa Parks of the American Indian movement. Her advocacy has inspired generations of Indigenous trailblazers, including my guide.
When they were forced to cede their land for newcomers, their waterscapes, the rivers, the lakes, it makes so much sense that that was the thing that's like, no, we have to have this because it's so essential to who we are.
Quinault tribal members have exclusive hunting and fishing rights on a portion of this river. I couldn't wait to see Ashley's favorite fishing spots with the help of fellow guides Ruben Estevillo and John Tater Bryson.
If you want to think like a fish, just think like a really lazy person.
Great.
Like, what is going to be the easiest thing to do? Do you want to go up that fast water? Not really. You want to kind of be in like the slow, easy water.
Time for a quick casting lesson.
We're just going to swing straight back, and then we're going to swing straight forward. You can kind of feel when the current catches it. Okay. Go ahead and give it a shot. That was a good cast. That was a great cast.
That's high praise coming from Ashley, who's been a guide here for the past decade. Now she's become something of a celebrity among outdoor enthusiasts, amassing a large following on social media where she goes by the handle Bad Ash. Her YouTube and Instagram pages are chock full of how-to videos and inspiring content from her many outdoor adventures.
Can you explain to me some of the, stereotypical experiences that you have had that have been a little bit tough as a female fisherman in this community?
Being a woman in a male-dominated sport poses challenges. Some people want me to stay in a lane that isn't my lane. I would like to see the outdoor industry be more welcoming to women. I would like to see it be more welcoming to women of color and people of color. I feel really proud to get to chip away at that on my own terms.
Here we go.
Reconnecting with the Quinault and their fishing traditions has been a journey for Ashley. She grew up removed from her tribe, living an hour off the reservation with her mom and 2 siblings.
I grew up in a really small community, moved to a smaller community, one stoplight in town sort of deal, and you had 2 options. You get in trouble or you go fishing, and I picked fishing.
I love it. And why did your mom choose to raise you off of the reservation?
She experienced a lot of adversity as a younger woman and as a Native American woman. And so some of that adversity caused her to be really protective of her kids, and she wanted us to love our culture.
The Quinault are a matriarchal society. Women serve as the head of the household and often take on tribal leadership roles. The women here also help with traditional food gathering. Ashley grew up fishing with her mom, but didn't always appreciate the cultural meaning behind these trips.
Tell me a little bit about how you met your tribal family.
So about the time that I got a driver's license and I could take myself fishing, things really changed for me. And so I would kind of drive out to the reservation, explore a little bit, being out there among other Quinaults, fishing for salmon. That's everything that I needed.
Yeah.
And so that moment was profound to me.
John Tater Bryson, one of the first professional guides she met on the reservation, soon became her mentor.
I was taught from a young age how to harvest elk and deer and fish, and it's passed on to the younger people, so the tradition will keep going.
I think I got something.
Oh, you definitely do.
What a cutie. Oh, hey, my guy. Bye.
Ashley enjoys showcasing this beautiful place to new people, but she's also made it her mission to call out the effects of climate change to this land.
What we're seeing here, this is a big slide, and we're seeing a lot of this along our river, and this is the effects of climate change.
She's currently earning a PhD in Indigenous Studies, with plans to educate people about the tribes of the PNW and the environmental threats they face.
With the weather warming, with different rain patterns, it changes the river, but it also changes where fish are going to be spending time.
Fishing guides are like an indicator species because we're the ones out in the river day in and day out. We're the ones who see changes happening really quickly.
Because of the climate threats to the Quinault, the Biden administration granted the tribe $25 million to help relocate members in flood-prone areas.
This is, ancient village sites. This is burial ground sites. And so to see those places washed away, this is a really significant blow to us. Indigenous people are generally the first impacted by climate change, especially if you're situated right on the Pacific Ocean.
Sustainability practices are tenets for the Quinault. 3 tribal-run fish hatcheries help maintain the populations of salmon and trout species that call this river home. Every spring, millions of salmon and steelhead are released from these hatcheries.
So we were a few miles upriver fishing, but now we're here at the mouth. The Pacific Ocean is right on the other side of our fish house here, and this is where tribal members come and set their nets and commercially fish for blueback sockeye. It's the only place in the world where our blueback sockeye run, so it's an incredibly special fish to us.
Commercial salmon fishing is a big part of the economy on the res. The most efficient way to get a big catch is by using a method called gill netting. Gill nets are placed near the mouth of the river to catch salmon by the gills as they head upstream.
Whoa, double trouble. That's a huge one.
As a chef, I've cooked fish many different ways, but this was the freshest catch I've ever tried. Cooking salmon the way her tribe has for generations is a cherished pastime for Ashley, who celebrates her culture through food.
The fish is a really wonderful, tasty, oily fish, and we just want to highlight the greatness that already lives here. A little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. The flavor that we're going to give it really is going to come from the alder fire and the cedar sticks.
After the fish is on the pole, it's supported with cedar sticks woven across the fillet. The salmon cooks until it turns light pink, another 5 minutes, then it's ready to serve.
So now we can enjoy ourselves some Quinault fish sticks.
Let's do it. Oh my gosh. I'm never ever gonna look at a normal fish stick ever again in the same way. Comes right off of that skin. It really doesn't need anything else.
Let the food shine.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
After an incredible day of catching and cooking fish on the Quinault River, it was time for a trip to the beach. At sunrise, my guide Ashley Lewis and tribal biologist Scott Mazzoni are ready to show me another local pastime, digging for razor clams.
Can you tell me a little bit more about what we're doing today?
We are getting ready to have home use digs, subsistence digs, and commercial digs of razor clams. And before we do that, we got to go out and get clam samples and test them to make sure there's no toxins in them and they're safe for people to eat.
Pacific razor clams are a meaty shellfish with an oblong shell. They can grow up to 6 inches. They're also a delicacy here and a major part of the Quinault diet.
So we're gonna use these spade-tempered shovels. They're kind of curved in a way that makes it easy for us to dig the clams.
Great.
So we're gonna head out to the surf. We're gonna look for clam shows.
As we walk towards the surf, Ashley points out small holes and dimples in the sand. These are known as clam shows, evidence that razor clams are just beneath the surface.
That looks like a good spot. Whoa!
There we are.
Down here they have their foot, and that they can use to dig very quickly down into the sand.
Hey, he's like, I'm out of here, thank you and goodbye. Ooh, I gotta tell you, even though it's 5 a.m., all of this razor clam digging is making me extremely hungry and ready to eat them.
And they are as delicious as they are fun to dig.
It was finally time for me to see what all the fuss is really about. At nearby Ocean Crest restaurant, razor clams are a menu staple. Head chef Amanda Yeager has prepared a few of their signature dishes made with fresh local clams. On the menu, a panko-crusted razor clam steak served with pickled onions and a chili aioli. There's also a razor clam omelet, plus a flatbread topped with Amanda's house-made razor clam sausage.
There's a common misconception with large clams, you know, oh, would it taste rubbery? But this does not at all.
That's a lot of how it's treated. It's, you know, low and slow heat, and that's why they maintain their flavor and their texture.
Respect.
Wow.
So much.
Everyone knows and loves a chicken cutlet. This is so tender on the inside. You're getting an amazing crisp exterior, that crunch and acidity coming from the onion. It is the perfect bite.
As my time on the Quinault land comes to a close, I'm already sad to leave this incredible place.
Ultimately, at the end of the day, if you could say one thing to the people that are watching this, what would you want them to know about you and about this community?
My very favorite piece about guiding is not actually the fishing. It is the way that it changes the way people start seeing the natural world. It could tell a lot about history, it could give you a lot of information, but I do know from my experience that when people are there and experience it, they're gonna become curious, and that's what I want the most.
When it comes to high-end seafood, lobster is pretty much king. Maine is the largest lobster producer in the country, with catchers here harvesting over 100 million pounds of the crustacean every year.
I've just always admired the fishermen, and to even be able to say that I'm a fisherman just means so much to me.
Sadie Samuels is the only female commercial lobster boat captain in the small town of Rockport. Her day starts before sunrise when she buys bait for her traps.
Hey, Sadie.
welcome.
Oh, it's so great to find you. Look at this stunning place of work. Are you kidding?
With its rocky underwater terrain and cool waters year-round, the Gulf of Maine is a perfect home for lobsters.
Bye, guys.
The lobster industry here generates over $1 billion for the state. But those big bucks aren't made easily. Fishing for lobsters is one of the most dangerous professions. The fatality rate is 2.5 times the national average.
Can you tell me a little bit more about how dangerous this job actually is?
It's one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. The first funeral I ever went to was one of the fishermen in my harbor who went out by himself and he got roped, die on,
So he
on
drowned.
lobstering. Yes, he drowned.
Why do you stay in this despite all of the pain and dangers that you experience on a day-to-day basis?
I've literally never imagined doing anything else with my entire life.
Sadie's passion for fishing stems from her childhood. Her father, Matt Samuels, has been catching lobsters for over 60 years.
He was up before sunrise and out the door, and then he'd get home and he'd just work until dark and come in and eat dinner and pass out. So the only way I could really hang out with him was if I wanted to get involved with what he was doing. And then I just stuck around and I never left.
When she was just 7, Sadie got her student lobster license. She began working right away, dropping a couple traps off her dad's boat for extra cash. By age 14, she saved enough money to buy the boat she still fishes with today.
I don't think I fully considered that it was like my career or gonna be my career until a little bit later in life, until I was like 14, 15.
I love how you said later in life when I was about 14. I was like, to start getting serious about it. You were 14. That is hilarious and amazing.
After studying art in college, Sadie quickly returned to a life at sea.
Like when I'm out here, I'm just like, this is where I'm supposed to be. This is what I'm supposed to be doing.
Today, Sadie doesn't just catch lobsters, she also dishes up fresh lobster rolls at her sea-to-table restaurant, also named Must Be Nice.
I would like you to walk me through your day from start to finish, so lay it on me.
So my average day is waking up around 4 o'clock, quarter to 4, go to the boat, and then we haul about 250 traps, crate up the lobsters that we're bringing over to the restaurant, and then the restaurant closes at 7.
In Maine, just 15% of lobster licenses are held by women. But anyone who catches lobsters is called a lobsterman, which Sadie stands behind.
How do you feel about the term lobsterman now?
I'm very much on the side of like, I'm a fisherman, I'm a lobsterman. I busted my butt and paid my dues. Nothing I do really has to do with my gender.
Maine fishing laws have strict limits on the number of traps new lobstermen can set. Over time, they can acquire more traps, but it can take several years to make a livable wage.
How did you get savvy with making sure that you could function as a successful business?
That's actually how I started Must Be Nice Lobster, is on Saturdays, someone was looking for someone to sell lobsters at a farmer's market. I started selling live lobsters there, and then now we're here.
The trap limits are part of Maine's successful conservation efforts. In the 90s, there were around 37 million pounds of lobster in the Gulf of Maine. Today, it's nearly 120 million pounds.
Fishermen actually were the ones who started to put a lot of those practices in place.
Those regulations impose strict sizing guidelines. Sadie actually throws back many of the lobsters she catches.
That one will be good next year.
Small lobsters are too young for sale, while many older, large lobsters get thrown back to breed.
So this is a big hard shell female. You can see on her, if you turned her the other way, it's the second to right swimmerette has this mutilation on it.
Got it.
Which means that someone else has caught her before with eggs on it.
A keeper lobster has a body that measures between 3 to 5 inches. It can take a lobster about 7 years to reach that size. Finally, a lobster that was just right.
Look at those claws.
Nice male, really gorgeous lobster. He's definitely a keeper.
Yeah. You're coming home with us, babe.
Climate change is making these size regulations more crucial than ever. The Gulf of Maine is one of the Earth's fastest warming bodies of water, which can make lobsters more vulnerable to disease and less likely to reproduce.
Why is sustainability so important to you?
We're so connected with nature and so connected with our environment that it feels like our duty.
At Sadie's restaurant, she's dedicated to sourcing her ingredients sustainably. The lobster chowder uses a seafood stock made from an invasive crab species, and she's adding a new locally raised item to the menu.
This season we're adding in oysters, and I'm super excited because we're trying to focus as much as we can on female-owned farms, and also the quality of the seafood is outstanding.
To get a sneak peek at her new menu offerings, Sadie took me to meet farm manager Bonita Johnson at Wright Cove Oyster Farm.
So tell me a little bit more about these oysters.
We're a small operation here, and so we do kind of everything by hand.
Wow.
And yeah, they're raised with love.
You can taste it.
And yeah, you really can. You want to try one real quick?
I thought you'd never ask. I've been waiting over here. Here we go. Cheers.
Cheers.
These
Wow.
are hands down some of my favorite oysters ever.
So clean, but briny. I've never had anything like this before. I'm blown away.
You don't do anything in the working waterfront type of industry unless you have passion for it. And that's a really nice thing for us to like get to share with each other.
Yeah.
This is definitely my happy place.
Back at Must Be Nice, Sadie is steaming our catch before picking meat for her signature lobster rolls.
Hey, fresh caught, fresh cooked.
I just had to know the secrets behind the Sadie sauce lobster roll.
So how did you come up with the sauce?
So I've had plenty of people, you know, from away say that Maiden's lobster rolls are really boring. And I kind of took offense to that. I was like, you know what? I gotta come up with something that like packs a punch, has a bit of a spice.
It starts with shallots, celery, and parsley blended in a food processor. Sadie then adds a not-so-secret blend of dried herbs and spices.
Can you reveal what's in this spice
mainly
blend?
paprika. The spicy part is cayenne.
A mix of lemon juice and rice wine vinegar kick up the acid. And then there's a generous squeeze of stone ground mustard.
Now we just add in the rest of this olive oil, and then I'm gonna blend it for a little while until that just seems totally incorporated. There we go.
Ooh, that is gorgeous.
And that is the Sadie sauce.
Sadie packs each toasted bun with a hefty handful of lobster meat.
Look at this. Are you kidding me?
To finish, a sprinkling of homegrown chives.
I can't wait to try that. I'm so pumped.
Inspired by Sadie's creativity, I wanted to make something special, a lobster BLT.
One of my favorite foods in the summertime is a BLT, and it really screams summer. And also what screams summer is a juicy lobster roll, so I figured they would pair beautifully together. We're starting with cherry tomatoes, and the reason why I slice the tomatoes first is because I like to hit them with a little bit of salt. Yes, I brought a little flaky salt. And what this is gonna do is it's really just gonna pull out all those flavors and make them taste as juicy and delicious as possible. This is my best pal mayo.
I spice up my mayo with grated garlic, the juice and zest of a lemon, black pepper, and chives.
It's such an honor to like cook with the lobster that you have caught. So I just first of all want to say thank you because this is like the coolest.
You are more than welcome. It is my joy.
This is a meat lover's dream. So we're going to add 2 pieces of bacon, one on either side. We're then gonna take a gorgeous lettuce leaf, and that's like the boat that's gonna catch all that sauce for us.
Just add the lobster, cherry tomatoes, and a final sprinkle of chives. Voila.
Well, that is gorgeous.
And there you go, BLT lobster roll.
I love it. Oh my gosh, this might fall all
Cheers.
over me.
If it does, it's part of the fun.
Cheers.
Holy moly.
Oh man.
This is insane. This Sadie sauce is slamming. Hubba hubba.
I'm honestly having a hard time hearing what you're saying because I'm having a moment with this one over here. Oh my god. This is literally perfection.
Yay.
At dinner, I couldn't wait to learn more from the women here who support each other through their passion for fresh, local seafood.
When people see that this is a sea-to-table restaurant, and then they find out that you ladies were the ones that actually caught and grew the food that is being served here, what do they say to you?
I feel like people, they're super excited about it and really happy that they found us. Then they can taste it with the quality of our seafood. Or they're in complete disbelief in like, okay, yeah, but your dad caught these.
So they're literally saying to you,
no, this is a man's job.
Well, I think some people have been a little too sheltered and just haven't gotten to see what us women can do.
Amen.
And it's up to us to show them.
Honestly, that's
Cheers.
another opportunity to toast. I love it.
Time to dig in.
I'm really into this BLT one. This is going on the menu, by the way. Elena's roll. We're gonna call it Elena's roll.
Ladies, this is a dinner I will never forget, so I truly can't thank you enough for all of your hard work in making this happen, and thanks for hanging out with me.
From the smoky salmon of the Quinault Nation to the buttery, sweet lobster of Maine, I'm in awe of our nation's most delicious seafood. But I'm most inspired by the women paving their own paths in this industry and ensuring future generations will have plenty of fish in the sea.
Joining us this morning, Chef Elena Besser. She is going to make something awesome as we get back to the routine, looking for those easy and affordable weeknight dinner ideas. And to cook along with us, just scan that QR code. You can order the ingredients with one click, add them to your cart, and schedule pickup or delivery. Elena, good morning.
Good morning, my sous chef. How are you today?
I am well, thank you.
Good.
Putting me right in my place.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Are you ready to get to chopping?
I like a woman who's ready to go. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
You let me
Okay.
know how to do. How did you pick this as an easy meal?
Okay, so zucchini is in season right now,
Yeah.
therefore it's gonna taste so much more delicious than it otherwise would, and it's gonna be more affordable because we have a lot of zucchini available. So I figured,
Okay.
let's take zucchini and let's turn it into a luscious, creamy sauce that doesn't have any added
Now, I
ingredient.
said you jokingly backstage, I said, why do you cut the zucchini in this particular size? Why are they so small? And you actually had a great answer for that. There's a reason for it.
Yes, there is a reason for it. So the reason why is because the smaller you cut the zucchini, the faster it's going to cook. And listen, we're trying to get food on the table as quickly as we
Right.
can. We're busy people, so we want to make sure that we cut it into smaller pieces. These are about 1/4 of an inch thick. We're going to add those diced pieces to a sheet tray, half of them, and then we're going to take the other half and put them into a bowl. So these just get a nice drizzle of olive oil, and we're going to hit them with a little bit of salt to awaken that flavor.
Yep.
The higher you go when you season, the more surface area
Oh, that's a thing.
coverage you
All
get.
right.
Highly recommend.
Well, then,
Yes,
yeah,
sprinkle,
make it rain.
sprinkle. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take some garlic cloves and we're quartering them. So here's the thing. You could smash them if you want, but I know a lot of people get intimidated by that action. So I figured let's just quarter
Quarter
them.
them.
Put them right into our bowl, and then we're going to add it with some sauteed onions. And this is going to go at about a medium-high heat until that zucchini is nice and softened. You're going to want to give it a cover so you get that
How long is that
caramelization
roughly?
from
Like
the
10
bottom.
minutes?
Yeah, about 10 minutes. You get the caramelization from the bottom, but at the same time, it's softening the zucchini, and we are left
I like where this
with
is headed.
This
I can do everything
gorgeous
you've done so
mixture.
far. It's not out of my reach. Yeah.
Okay, and another thing that maybe also isn't out of your reach for me
White
personally
wine.
as well, white wine, my
Yeah.
friend. So to add even more depth of flavor and to pick up any of those brown bits
I love it.
that we get on the bottom, also known as the fond, we are going to continue cooking that. It's going to infuse with flavor, and we want to cook it at that medium-high heat until it reduces down. It's delicious
Is
and
this the sauce? Are you making the
luxurious.
sauce, or is
this
this
is
just
the
like-
sauce
okay,
that we're
got it.
making while those are roasting
How's the
in the
sauce
oven.
taste?
This
This
is amazing. It tastes
like
creamy.
It does.
Doesn't it?
No
But it's
cream.
not-
There's no cream.
No cream at all. It's
Wow.
so creamy and silky. So the
And
reason why
after you cook it, you blend it?
after you cook it, you blend it. And Al, you make a great point. The reason why
gonna
we're
start
getting that nice brightness is because once we have transferred that reduced situation that we got over here to a blender, we're adding in the zest of a lemon. That gives us our brightness. And then we are also adding in some fresh basil.
You know what I like that's not in here? I'm glad it's
What?
not is eggplant, because I like zucchini, but I don't like
Oh,
eggplant.
well, there you go. Good. I'm happy we didn't use
That's
eggplant
right.
then.
It's so good.
And then a
Put
little
corn
bit
in
of our
it.
pasta water, and that gives us even more creaminess and even more of a starchy component.
That's probably where it's coming from,
You got
the
it?
pasta water.
How's it going over there?
Oh,
You got
good.
it?
No, I'm just gonna have
Fabulous.
we only got about 2 minutes
Okay,
left,
great.
so I'm gonna.
And then
I gotta take
we're
my
going
shot
to
here.
take our pasta. You can use any noodle that you want. This is is, as the Today Show team made sure I pronounced properly, Packery. We have our Italian, so we want to make sure we're doing it properly. Shout out to Anthony and Katie. And we are adding that directly into this gorgeous blended sauce.
By the way, can I just say for school nights, if we were making this in the daily household, we might do this sans sauce and just do it with a little butter and cheese for the kids.
Yes, delicious.
And then hype it up for the adults.
Exactly. Use a different pasta?
You could use any pasta you want. You could use
This is
rigatoni.
really good.
You could use penne. I like something that has a tube. Yes, fusilli. That would catch the sauce beautifully. Great suggestion.
Wow, that's
We're going to finish it up with a little bit of that fresh lemon juice from the lemon that we have reserved over here. And you can add a little pasta water as you go to get it to a nice, luxurious consistency. And last but certainly not least, we are going to top it with
No
some
giant pads of butter. No
What is that? What are you putting on
but
top?
it feels like it is.
It
It's crazy.
feels like we are adding some pistachios, some Sicilian pistachios. We've got some fresh basil, that roasted zucchini. So we get those crispy bits. We get zucchini two ways.
Dinner like this.
We're starting off with some gorgeous thick cut bacon.
Boom.
Anytime there's bacon in a recipe, I'm
Yes.
a happy gal.
I'm
So we are just going to slice this bacon on up. We're actually making a sweet corn mac and cheese for everyone that's wondering. And what I like to do whenever I'm cutting like pancetta or bacon or whatever, I'll put it in the fridge or the freezer before slicing it, so it just makes it easier to cook.
I actually started using scissors.
Really? That is also a great tip.
Because I sometimes can't get the knife through because it's so fatty.
Right? Exactly. Scissors, they'll get the job done. Also great for cutting up herbs for garnish too.
Good point.
Okay, so
this
we're
is
gonna
cooking.
render this. We want to make sure that this is cooking at like a medium-low heat. We don't want it to be too high because it could cause the bacon to burn and stay a little chewy. We want it to be really crisp and delicious. So this, what's in season right now? We got a lot of corn.
Yes.
And it is so delicious. It's so sweet, and it actually has a lot of great starch in it. And that's going to allow us to get a really creamy sauce without creating a bechamel base, which is traditional of a mac and cheese. So
Right.
we are putting it with the bottom down right into the bowl and slicing it off of the cob.
Okay.
And you can keep that cob for later, which I will show you what we're going to do with the cob as well.
Some people make a stock out of it.
Yeah, exactly. You can make a stock out of the cobs. Al, you always know what's up in the kitchen. I respect that about
I don't know much else.
Okay, so we have cut off that corn, and then what we're going to do is we are going to take that residual bacon fat that we have. That adds that
Liquid
flavor.
gold, baby.
Exact, you know it. And we're going to take some shallots that we just grated on a box grater. We're going to mix those up.
If you didn't have shallots, could you use onion?
Yeah, absolutely. You could use onion, you could use leek, you could add a little extra garlic if you want, and then a little chili flake for some heat. This you can keep out if you want as well. You know, if you're sensitive to heat, don't worry about it. And then, of course, once that's sauteed down, we add that corn in and saute it up. Hit it with a little bit of salt and pepper. Your kitchen at this point is going to be smelling amazing.
It smells great in here
And
already.
then we will take that mixture
All
and
that.
transfer it into a blender. So this blender, it just has the mixture along with our pasta water, which is another liquid gold. I call this unicorn juice because it has this magical thing where it creates a really nice starchy component, which will coat that pasta and give us a luxurious thick sauce.
And I noticed you have some Parmesan. Is that
Yes.
going
Oh, you know it. So
Okay.
you can use pecorino or parm. Pecorino will give you a little bit of a saltier experience. But if you can only find parm, that works too. And we are now making our sauce. So at a low heat or even off the heat, depending on how hot your pan already is, you're going to transfer back and forth between our cheese, a little bit of pasta water, and then we're going to add in my good pal cheddar.
It's
We
always
love
better
him.
with cheddar.
It's always better with cheddar, you know it. So we're adding a little bit at a time and continuing to mix because we want the sauce to emulsify and get creamy.
Right.
If you dump it all in at once, it could break. So
in
just
the
be
meantime,
careful
you've
with
been
that.
boiling your pasta.
Yes, in the meantime, we've been boiling our pasta. We have taken a little bit of that pasta water to add to our sauce as we're cooking it up.
Right.
And I even took some of those corn cobs that we had and popped them into the water. And what that's going to do is it's going to further infuse that corn flavor into the pasta itself.
And then you're going to take the sauce and the pasta together?
Exactly. So once that cheesy sauce has melted and emulsified, we're going to add that pasta directly into it. give it a nice toss, add any more pasta water that we need, and we're garnishing with more cheese, that crispy bacon, and some fresh chives.
Oh,
so
baby,
good.
This is
And
like,
it's time to eat.
You know what I love about this? Because it's salty, but you have a sweetness without sugar or anything. You know?
fantastic.
Oh, I'm
and the
so
corn
happy.
made it creamier, like
Elena
without all
Besser,
the. Yeah.
thank you so much.
Very good.
And it's an exciting day because we are launching a full Today Table cooking show with some of our favorite chefs all over on Today all day. And we have one of them with us. Chef Elena Besser is with us. Good morning.
Good morning, my friend.
Congrats.
Thanks. I'm seriously so pumped about this series. I think everyone is going to love it. Such fun recipes. And it premieres today. And easy recipes.
I love that.
Well, it smells so fresh in here. I mean, there's just so many herbs that go into this recipe of yours.
Yes, there are. Herb quiz, quick quiz. Al, can you name all these herbs?
Dill, chive, mint, basil, parsley.
Yes, you got them all.
Okay.
You got them all.
Yay.
10
Sometimes
out
I
of
have to
10.
taste parsley to
Yes,
make sure it's
give
not
them
so
a
long.
taste.
I love
So this is such a fun way to use all of those beautiful herbs that are in season, coming in season right now. I know our gardens are starting to bloom. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a really easy herb pesto that has a lot of spinach in it as the foundation. So
And we should mention people can shop along right now. If you just scan that QR code, you can get the menu. I don't know the verbiage for it. I don't have the verbiage, but
You can get all the ingredients. It takes you right to Walmart and gets
And
the
then boom.
ingredients. They
Boom.
can ship them right to your house.
So this is a really easy herbaceous sauce, and it's going to have some lemon zest and lemon juice in it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take a lemon. This is a rasp grater, also known as a microplane, and you just zest
You have one of
that
those, right?
beautiful
Right.
zest into
Four of
it.
them.
At the restaurant that I cooked at, we would get in trouble if we sliced a lemon before zesting it because there's so much flavor in the zest of the lemon itself. So you want to stop at the way.
Pre-zest?
Yeah, you can pre-zest, but just
dries
make
out,
sure. Yeah, make sure you put it in your refrigerator in like an airtight baggie, or you cover it up.
Okay.
Then what
Smells
you're
good.
also going to do once you've zested them, you'll slice them in half. Take a citrus press. Pop that in. Contrary to popular belief, you actually want to put it cut side down to get the most juice out of it. This has 1 garlic clove in it too, so we will typically take all of these lemons, pop it in
Smells
there.
so good.
But for time, I want to make sure we get to all of the different steps. Then you're going to take a ton of fresh spinach, several handfuls. You want to have a really nice high-speed blender or a food processor. Take all of those herbs that we have over there. You can use any variety that you want. And the main thing here is you just want to go with soft herbs that are going to easily break down. You're also going to add in some olive oil, extra virgin olive oil for extra flavor. And we're going to pop that in, blend it on up, and then you are left with this beautiful bright green sauce, which is right over here.
So
this
use
everyone can see.
arugula instead of the spit
Yes,
to pepper it up.
I love that suggestion. You absolutely could use arugula. You could use any green. I love the nuttiness, the peppery taste of the
This is such a good
arugula.
idea to get rid of those extra herbs in your garden. Because I did that last year. I had all these herbs and I just had nothing to do with them.
It's the best, and
Or
it's
ones
so
that are
easy.
kind of on their last leg. kind of throw in there.
Absolutely, freshen them up. So we have rigatoni right here. This is my favorite pasta shape. It catches all that saucy goodness. You're just going to take all that rigatoni, transfer it right into this big bowl of sauce. And what's fun is you can just serve it directly in this bowl. So it's all going to come together right in this bowl.
And the extra pasta water.
Yes, the pasta water is key. We really want pasta water here. I call it unicorn sauce. I know that's ridiculous. But the reason why is because it's magical, my friends. This has all of that starchy goodness that's going to really allow the sauce to stick to the pasta itself rather than running right off. So we are just going to continue tossing this up. And a fun little thing that I like to do, other than adding a lot of cheese, because I'm from the Midwest and I can't help myself. I need as much cheese. Chicago. Oh,
that's right. We talked about
Born and raised, and we're both Wildcats, but you know.
Are you throwing dates in there?
Okay, this is a crazy twist. So I actually, half of my family lives in Israel, so I love eating dates.
Oh my God.
Love them, love to integrate them into anything. And a little bite of sweetness. These taste like concentrated maple syrup, if you will. So I like to add them to the top of whatever, of this pasta specifically, but also whatever I'm cooking. You like it? And then some toasted pine nuts, because a little extra nuttiness, we're happy to have it, and some extra fresh herbs. And you know what? I'm so happy everyone likes it. What's great about this too is that if you have leftovers the next day, it is delicious cold. It tastes
Can I sing your praises? So you should go to today.com, watch her show, get this food, because sometimes when chefs are here and they cook, there's a little buzz in the studio about how good it was. With you this morning, everybody was buzzing about how good this pasta is. And this is another one.
And you know what I love about this? Sometimes I find with pesto, it gets monotonous, and I'm eating the pesto, and I'm like, ugh. This is like, you get a lemony bite, and then you get a nice crunchy salt, but then the sweetness cleanses your palate for another salty pesto bite.
So we say yes. And that was not
such
planned.
great descriptions. I love all of you. It's such a
Thank
pleasure.
you. By the way, if
Thank
you like
so much.
dates, Rancho Metaluca makes it's
Okay.
a date farm out in California. Spectacular.
Really? Okay, I got it.
TV host Elena Besser. She has not one, but two desserts that we can make ahead of time. So all you have to do is scan that QR code right at the bottom of the screen. You can cook along with us. With one click, select Get Ingredients, and then you can schedule that pickup or that delivery. Elena, good morning to
Good
you.
morning, my pals. Always great to be with you.
Pumpkin mini cheesecakes.
You know it.
Yum.
It's always fun when you have an individual dessert portion, and mini versions of desserts just bring me so much joy. So we are changing up the traditional graham cracker crust, and we are using ginger snaps to add that autumnal flair. So we have some brown sugar, we've got our ginger snap cookies, and we are going to pulse this on up in a food processor
Ooh, can I
until
pulse? I love to
yes,
pulse.
please do.
Just
What do you got over there? What is that, butter?
Yes, and we've got some melted butter. Feel free to get after that. And then once it is all nice, keep on going. Yeah. And once it is fully the consistency of sand, you're going to stream in.
Greg's really having a good time.
You're doing great. You're going to stream in that melted. No, you're doing it.
Keep going, Greg. Keep going.
Stream in that melted butter, and it's going to end up looking like wet sand. Then you portion it into the little ramekins,
Exactly.
and you take a glass and press it down to create this little crust. Chanel, if you want to
Honestly,
try that
I could
out,
just
you
eat
can.
this by itself.
I thought that was brown sugar.
It's a little brown sugar
like brown
plus
sugar.
ginger snaps.
Oh, that's good.
Right,
Right?
This is by
Delicious,
itself.
right?
So you do that.
And so you do that, you pop that into the oven for about 10 minutes to set, and then we're gonna start on our filling. So
Okay.
we have cream cheese, we have brown sugar, we've got white sugar in here, and we are
Other
going.
side.
Yeah, I keep doing that.
I know, it's
What's the
KitchenAid,
deal?
Elena. It's a
What's the deal?
KitchenAid.
I love KitchenAid, they're the best. And we're going to whip this on up. Then we're adding in all of our other flavorings. So we've
Great.
got the cinnamon.
Eggs
That's
going?
a warm
We got
flavor.
our eggs.
That's
There
a
we
warm
go.
flavor.
We have
Oh,
one
wow.
Hey!
One more, let's go.
Wow.
Hey!
Look
One
at this
more.
executive chef right
There
here.
we go. Hey!
Oh man, oh
In my
man.
kitchen at home.
Look at that. Skills. I love it. And then we're adding a little
Chanel's
bit
like, you
of
can
kosher
crack eggs.
salt. We're adding in some vanilla extract. And this wouldn't be a pumpkin cheesecake unless we had our pumpkin puree. So you
True.
could also swap out sweet potato if you want. You pop that in here. You end up having this delicious mixture.
Yum.
Wait, where do you get that? Is that in a can?
Yeah, you can get it in a can.
Okay.
Let's save the time, you know.
I know.
And then we are pouring it into all of our ramekins. It's a nice, thick,
I love a good
delicious batter. Same. Who doesn't love a good ramekin?
Well,
Pop that in,
plus you
and
can
then
control your portion.
we are going to bake it in the oven. And this is the fun, really chefy moment here.
okay.
And this is what's going to give us that luxurious, creamy texture. We are going to add in water
Why?
to the bottom. This creates a water bath. So what happens is, instead of that cheesecake cooking too quickly, it's going to slowly poach it, so you get that really delicious creamy texture.
I gotta get your food.
But wait, there's more.
Wait, there's
We
more?
also
We're gonna start eating.
have some please start eating it. We have some brown sugar and butter. We've got pumpkin seeds. We have pecans or pecans, however you
All of
say
it.
it. And a little bit of salt. Mix it up. We're making a brittle.
Oh, my.
We
That's
have
really
this
good.
brittle,
Ridiculous.
and we're topping it with some whipped cream that is sweetened with maple syrup.
I wasn't
to
expecting
continue
this.
the fall flavor.
It's
Isn't
so
this
soft.
fun?
Yeah,
Here's
it's a
the thing,
pump. It's like a
each
pumpkin
layer is yummy on its own. Like
Oh,
even
yeah.
that right there is yummy.
Oh, I'm
Like,
so, and it's fun to just snack on the brittle because it
That's
comes
what I
in these
mean.
nice
Wait, we
big
didn't talk about
pieces.
the crumble.
Oh, we have to talk about the crumble.
Okay.
So crumble is such an easy dessert that you can make really far in advance. You can make all of these in advance, by the way. This you can store in the fridge for up to a week, unmold, and serve it. And then with the crumble, you could make this and
there's more.
freeze it. Wrap it on up. This is cranberry and apple crumble. You bake it in the oven, let it cool completely, wrap it up, put it in your freezer, and then right before you're serving, pop it into the oven at 350 degrees. You're gonna put tin foil over it, pour some melted butter over it to reheat it, and then serve it a la mode because always ice cream.
Is there some lemon something in here? Or what's
There's
going
some
on?
lemon, there's a little orange. If orange isn't your thing, you can just omit the orange.
this is
but
great.
I'm happy you guys like it. Crumble's so easy, it's so delicious, it's a crowd pleaser. And what I love about it, not very many dishes. You make it in the
Cast iron,
skillet,
yeah.
you pop it on the table, it looks stunning, and your whole family is going to love it.
Cheers to
Well
you.
done,
Cheers
Elena
to
Besser.
you.
I know they're both really yummy.
What are you doing for Thanksgiving?
I am going to be in Florida with my family. It'll be fun. It's the first year I'm not cooking in a while.
I was gonna say, it's a shame.
I'm
You
excited.
deserve to.
I was just about to
enjoy.
invite you to my in-laws' place.
Amazing.
So what are we making this morning?
We are making a spiced apple loaf cake. We are celebrating the bounty of the season with these gorgeous apples. You can use Honeycrisp, you could use Granny Smith, whatever your favorite apple is, and we're going to start by peeling it up and giving it a nice grate on a box grater.
Okay.
I figured it would be easier to grate it instead of taking all that time to chop. We're doing a lot of chopping already.
That's a nice pro tip.
So let's make it easy.
Watch your fingers.
Yeah, be
Thank
careful.
you. Wouldn't that be terrible?
Please.
Whatever happened to Craig Melvin?
Safety only. Safety only. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're taking a bowl of sugar and some oil, adding 2 room temperature eggs, a little bit of Greek yogurt for sweetening.
Oh, that's where you get that little tang.
You could also use sour cream if you prefer, and then a nice healthy amount of vanilla extract. In baked goods, vanilla extract kind of acts like the salt. It brings out all of the flavors in the baked good. So if you want to keep mixing
ma'am.
that up.
And I noticed we keep the wet and dry separate here.
Absolutely. We want to keep the wet and dry separate. It's really important to just make sure we're mixing the wet together before the dry so that we have a nice, even baked good that is really fluffy and delicious.
Ladies,
with awesome texture.
Sobo, how we
Yeah,
doing?
love it.
Delightful.
Yummy, really good.
Delightful, good. And then we're going to add in some warming spices. We have cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, our flour, all of our rising agents
Warming
in here.
spices. I've never heard them referred to
Nice
as
and
that.
cozy. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take those apples, we're going to add them to the wet ingredients, and then we're going to mix that all in with the dry ingredients. And it goes into our greased loaf pan. And if you want, you could actually add a little olive oil in there. The fruitiness from the olive oil is really going to add a lovely
So
extra
this goes into this.
So this goes into this, goes into our pan. We bake it until it, toothpick inserted in the center, comes out nice and clean.
And now we're making the frosting. And this.
It's time
The frosting
for
is
frosting.
yummy.
Best part.
Real good.
So what we're going to do is we're going to cream together butter and cream cheese, and all the butter. That's what this holiday is all about.
Yeah.
There's even more butter in a second, so get ready. So we're going to cream all of this together, and then we slowly. It's not turning out. Yes, it is. It's going to turn.
Oh, there we go.
I was looking at the wrong side, and we're just going to cream that together until it's nice and whipped. We are adding in cinnamon.
One of the warm spices.
Yes,
a warm spice.
Feeling warm.
You're learning. I love it. Some vanilla extract as well.
A warm extract. That's a warm extract.
A pinch of salt to additionally awaken all of the flavor. And then we're slowly but surely, do you want to add it in?
Sure.
Adding in that powdered sugar. And this is going to make sure it adds a subtle amount of sweetness, but we don't want too much. I don't like when a frosting is too overpowering and cloyingly sweet. So we're adding a little bit in. And then a touch of milk to smooth it on out.
Okay.
And once that is done and whipped to perfection, we're heading on over to our stovetop. This is a fun little extra thing that I think
This is unexpected.
It's fun, right?
Yes.
So we're melting a little bit of butter on a skillet.
Okay.
And once we've sliced up our bread, you take it
Next level.
and you toast it on up so it gets nice and toasty.
It tasted toasty,
Did
Elena.
you sprinkle a little salt on top of that frosting?
You know I did.
It tastes so good. It really nailed it.
Yes,
That
thank
frosting
you.
is spot on. It's not too heavy either.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that.
I
And
like
this
that.
is a fun dessert that you can serve after the meal. You could also serve it in the morning.
I was going to say, it's breakfast.
If you want to do a make-ahead, then how do you, you make it and then you put it in the freezer or the fridge? How long
Yes,
will it
you
keep?
could wrap it in plastic wrap, then wrap it in foil because we want to make sure no air gets inside of it. We don't want any freezer burn.
Yep.
Pop it into the freezer the night before serving, put it into your refrigerator. It will thaw, and then you can slice it up, griddle it if you want, or you
Griddle
could
it.
just have it as is.
Yes.
And put
breakfast.
that,
Nice.
Yeah, have it for breakfast, have it for lunch, have it as a snack, have it after dinner. Enjoy it
Have
all
it.
season
So good.
long.
Elena, thank you.
Have it while you're meditating on that thing. I still wish we had it. Oh, we will love that.
Cannot go wrong with dips. I love dips. I'm a dip head from the old country. Here to show us a few of her favorites is Chef Elena Besser.
Hello.
So nice to meet you.
Oh, it is so great to meet
We're
you.
so happy that you're here. Okay, everyone loves that everything bagel seasoning.
Oh,
Addicted.
yeah.
Obsessed. Addicted. Okay, so I didn't think about it in a dip, but you say yes, you can.
You can absolutely dip it out, you know,
Okay.
all about the dips. My dad is, I say he's part bagel because he eats a bagel literally every day.
Yeah, I thought he
this
was
is-
half Jewish. I was like,
yeah,
oh.
Also that.
And
And this is an homage to him. And so all you have to do, you can buy some gorgeous everything bagel spice at the store.
Okay.
You can add that on in.
To what?
I like adding a lot into the cream cheese. That's
Oh,
an
cream
important
cheese.
component. This is softened cream cheese right
Okay.
here. We also have some sour cream. So what I like to do is just add that on in.
right? It
I
has a
love
little
sour
nice
cream.
tang.
I love French onion dip.
Do you?
love from the packet?
Oh,
the onion
with
dip
the-
packet.
yes.
Lipton's, you just dump it in.
I can rub it on my
best.
gums
Fritos.
sometimes with the
have-
packet. It's so nice.
weird.
I'm a strange person.
I had that growing up. It's the way we
Okay.
do it. Okay, so we added lemon juice and zest, and we're just going to continue to mix this on up.
Okay.
And do you want to help me out? Let's pour in some capers. Let's
you got
add
that.
some.
How many,
some
though?
green-
Capers are
all of
strong.
them.
No,
Add
you're
them all.
kidding me.
I'm serious.
All right.
I am fully serious here. Big caper fan. And you just mix it all
Some
up.
spring onions?
Some spring
Let's
onions.
do it.
Absolutely.
Great.
This adds a nice little crunch. It's like all the things that you love in a bagel in dip form,
Oh my
which
gosh.
is the best.
I could eat this with a spoon, actually. I'm not joking, like
Would
yogurt.
you like to?
I actually would like to try
Okay,
it.
here, let's
Yes.
go. Here, try it with the
Here you go.
spatula.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just right
Look,
there.
well, I'm gonna-
We have the pretty ones right here, but you add a little extra
look, you can dunk
scallion
it
on
in.
top, right?
Can I tell you something? This is
delicious.
so yummy. And you can use tomatoes or cucumbers, whatever
Yes,
you want.
any crudité you want, feel free to leave it out. And it doesn't. You don't just have to have a bagel for breakfast. You can have it whenever you want.
I love it.
I love that.
Flavor is
that
yummy.
seasoning, I can put in anything, the everything bagel.
Chocolate. It's a perfect combination of bitter, sweet, creamy, and rich. For many, chocolate isn't just a treat, it's a sensory escape. I'm Elena Besser. I'm a professional chef, recipe developer, content creator, and chocoholic. So I'm heading out to meet two women innovating the chocolate industry and turning an everyday luxury into something truly extraordinary.
Sometimes when I go into the farm with my clippers and I talk to the trees, I notice every detail in the tree, the flower, the color.
Yadira Vasquez is the owner of Hacienda Chocolat. This cacao farm sits next to the El Yunque rainforest in Puerto Rico.
What a beautiful place you've got here.
I met Yadira to learn how an ancient tropical fruit from the Amazon blossomed into a $100 billion global industry.
There's so many aromas and flavors that you can experience in a chocolate bar.
People have been eating cacao for over 5,000 years. Turning this fruit into chocolate was perfected by the Mayans and Aztecs. They're credited with the process of refining cacao into a frothy chocolate beverage. After the brutal Spanish conquest of the Aztecs, the drink was brought to Europe. Due to soaring demand across the continent, by the late 1800s, chocolate production had moved to Africa, where labor was essentially free. Today, 60% of the world's chocolate is grown on the Ivory Coast. Initially, the Spanish also tried to establish plantations in Puerto Rico, but they failed due to hurricanes. For centuries, leftover cacao species flourished on the island in the wild. In the late 1980s, amid fears of a global cacao shortage, the U.S. Department of Agriculture began researching these trees to find a variety that could produce more pods.
The results came out that at least 10 were very good for Puerto Rico and our climate. And they were chosen for their productivity, resistance to disease, and flavor.
At that time, Yadira was in medical school studying radiology. She opened her own clinic while raising 3 young children. But a breast cancer diagnosis in 2005 changed everything.
As a doctor, I diagnosed myself. So it's very scary because you're a doctor, you know exactly what it means.
Yadira made several life changes to focus on recovery. She bought a few acres of undeveloped farmland to meditate, relax, and reconnect with her love of gardening.
I think that once you connect to nature, everything in your emotional body starts to heal.
She began growing various tropical fruit trees, including cacao.
And I started experimenting. I thought, I have pots, now I have to make chocolate.
In 2014, Yadira won a grant from the USDA and Chocolate Cortez, one of the Caribbean's biggest producers, to bring cacao farming back to Puerto Rico. She purchased more trees and was able to expand her operation.
Well, initially when I got this farm, it was a forest. So we have trees here that are probably more than 50, 60 years old. Wow. Our trails go around those trees.
Within 3 years, her first crop was ready, but tragedy struck.
Swaths of Puerto Rico underwater, roofs ripped off, trees toppled.
We've had other hurricanes in Puerto Rico, but Maria was unreal. I still look at the pictures today, and it's been, 6 years, and I feel like crying.
It took 2 years to rebuild the farm.
Actually, we do have trees that fell, and new branches came up. Left it there because they're so productive. So that's one thing I love about the tree. It's very resilient, it's very strong. I think I get very identified with the tree because I feel like we're the same.
Yeah, you're strong and you're resilient.
A decade after her farm journey began, Yadira was able to start selling raw beans. Within a year, a special batch was entered into the Cocoa of Excellence Awards in Italy.
I had sold those beans to Cortez, so they call me and they go like, you should send these beans, they're really good.
Those beans won Yadira the Silver Award in 2021. Inspired to do more, she built her own facility to process chocolate.
I might have the same tree in a different farm, and the soil and the climate is going to be different, and there's no way you're going to taste the similar thing any other place.
Her dedication has led to 2 more Cocoa of Excellence Awards for beans and bars.
When you see your name, Hacienda Chocolate Puerto Rico, among excellent other chocolate makers from all around the world, my heart just bursts.
Yadira is passionate about sharing her love for cacao. Today, she makes most of her money from tourism.
What do you hope the tourists walk away from coming to the farm with?
Well, they learn what real chocolate is and where it comes from. When they go like, we never thought chocolate was so difficult.
It helps them savor it more.
The farm tour at Hacienda Chocolate is a stunning hike featuring some of Yadira's favorite plants like ginger and vanilla. But I was here for the cacao, which is incredibly difficult to grow. These trees only thrive near the equator, and they need lots of water.
We have multiple showers during the day, so we don't need any irrigation for the trees. They get exactly what they need.
The cacao trees here are from different parts of South and Central America, all with different flavors and aromas.
When we're eating the chocolate bar itself, do you use a mixture of the pods? How does it work?
It's a blend of all the different varieties we have here.
The cacao fruit starts as a small flower that can only be pollinated by a midge fly.
It opens in the morning. The Mitch has 24 hours to do his work. And then if it does get pollinized, you can see, I have to come closer here. You're gonna see a very tiny cacao back here. See?
Oh my
This
gosh.
one. So
That's
the
crazy.
baby cacao.
I am shook by how tiny and cute that is.
Cacao pods must be harvested by hand, so Yadira put me to work.
This is beautiful.
So we've picked about a dozen pods. How much chocolate does this make?
Well, we almost have 1 pound of chocolate. And 1 pound of chocolate should give us at least 10 to 12 chocolate bars.
I have a whole new appreciation for chocolate. I already really appreciated chocolate. I just want to make that clear, but having this context, I appreciate it even more.
Time to taste the literal fruits of my labor.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. It's so slimy.
You're just gonna suck, you're not gonna bite or
I just suck on it?
Yes.
It tastes kind of like a mango.
Exactly. It tastes more like tropical fruits. It can be mango, some people say pineapple.
After they're picked, the pods head to the processing facility. The first step is fermentation. Wooden boxes are lined with banana leaves, then filled with the beans, which ferment for up to 10 days.
Yes.
That's insane. The smell is almost like making kombucha.
They're air dried for about a week.
So tell me why you've decided to dry them in the sun rather than using machinery.
It preserves much more of the flavor.
Most chocolate farmers sell their beans after fermentation. Of the roughly 6 million cacao farms around the world, only a couple hundred make their own bars commercially. That's because processing the dried beans requires expensive equipment. A special oven roasts the beans to bring out a nutty, rich flavor.
We do low roast, and we want to preserve the floral and the fruity notes.
The beans are cracked into cacao nibs, then crushed and ground into a creamy paste known as chocolate liquor. Depending on the type of chocolate being made, cocoa butter, sugar, and milk can be added. The mixture is cooled into large blocks and aged for up to 2 weeks. To make a bar, the block is melted back into syrup.
And the tempering process is what gives it that sexy sheen, right?
Exactly, and the snappiness.
The chocolate is then poured into plastic molds and refrigerated to harden. After all that work, I was ready to finally taste Yadira's award-winning chocolate. Enjoying chocolate in different ways is an essential part of the tour at Hacienda Chocolat.
Yadira starts with a sip of history. First, cacao nibs are added to a warm metate, a traditional device used by the Mayans and Aztecs to make hot chocolate.
You're using the force, your weight on the stones.
Do you want me to get in there and help
Yeah.
out? It almost feels like I'm grinding rocks. Except the aroma makes it all worth it.
Yes.
Yadira adds peppers just like the Mayans did. After 20 minutes of grinding, the cacao starts to lighten. I thought I was nearly done. Okay. How much longer should I be doing this?
Like 2 more hours.
Okay, great. Let's go.
I'm just kidding.
Yadira finishes the drink by mixing the cacao paste with water. To make it foamy, she uses a molinillo, a Mexican wooden whisk.
The foam was said to be the spirit of the cacao.
Okay.
So, and it would connect the drinker of the chocolate with the gods.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Wow, this is unlike any hot chocolate I've ever had. It's definitely leaning more in the savory side of things, but I'm kind of obsessed.
Time to taste the chocolate bars with a boozy twist. Not only is Yadira a chocolate expert, but she's deeply passionate about spirits. Tour-goers can enjoy a chocolate pairing with a variety of spirits, including a Puerto Rican favorite, locally crafted rum.
The rum and the chocolate will give us a greater sensory experience than the separate ingredients. We try to choose like things that are grown in the same place.
What grows together goes together.
So in this case, the sugar cane is a tropical plant and the cacao tree is a tropical tree.
Yadira pairs a 3-year-old añejo with her award-winning white chocolate bar, topped with cacao and coffee nibs.
White chocolate is pretty controversial. What makes yours special?
This is a white chocolate where the powder milk has gone to the oven and it's caramelized. Just place the chocolate in your mouth and just let it melt a little bit. You have to bite the nibs. All Puerto Rican.
It's a dangerous combination, my friend.
The second rum, aged in a bourbon barrel, is paired with 70% dark chocolate.
I feel like it's more fruity and it's a little bit more mellowed out. I'd say this is the perfect pair for someone that thinks they don't love dark chocolate.
Exactly.
Trying these together makes it more approachable.
Like nothing I've ever tasted before, Yadira's chocolate is a love letter to the El Yunque rainforest. Every bite has a complex blend of floral and fruity notes imparted from the surrounding flora. Through her hands-on process, Yadira celebrates the land on which this cacao is grown.
What do you love the most about this?
Here in the forest and in the plantation, I feel like it's my real home. The scientific name is Theobroma cacao. That means Theo is God and Broma is food, so it's the food of the gods. I think it is a gift of nature to the humans. And there's so many things we can do with chocolate and culinary recipes, so it is the food of the gods.
Yes, cheers to that, and cheers to chocolate.
Next up, I head back to New York to meet a pastry chef turning chocolate into edible art. Seeing fresh cacao turned into chocolate only whet my appetite for more. I couldn't wait to get back to New York to meet one chef designing show-stopping confections.
I'm drawn to the incredible versatility and endless possibilities of chocolate. I get to express my love for flavors, colors, design, and artwork.
Susanna Yoon is the founder and head chef of Stick With Me Sweets in New York City.
How are you? It's so nice to meet you.
She's best known for her handmade bonbons. They're truly a treat for all the senses. With over 20 gorgeous and uniquely flavored varieties to choose from, I couldn't wait to see what sweet surprises Susanna had in store. I am shook by how stunning these are. Pieces of jewelry that you get to eat.
Yes. So I have a few I have in mind for you to try. Okay. I have the matcha, black sesame, calamansi meringue pie.
I almost don't want to eat it, it's so pretty.
If you take a bite, you can look inside and see the layers.
It looks like a tiny key lime pie. And now, the moment we've been waiting for.
It's our black sesame with mango and passion fruit jam on top.
So pretty.
This flavor was inspired by roasting black sesame seeds with my grandmother.
Susanna, the daughter of Korean immigrants, was born and raised in Seattle. With 2 working parents, her grandmother was an integral part of her upbringing and one of her biggest inspirations when it comes to food.
I remember my grandmother's favorite line was, "Have you eaten yet?" I would just watch her hands move so gracefully as she prepared each dish, and the aromas in the house were always so captivating.
What were some of your grandma's philosophies when it came to food?
It's about variety. Her table was set up with so many different little dishes.
Would you say that your grandmother's love language was gift giving?
Absolutely. It was cooking, feeding people, and giving people her delicious treats that she would make.
And that's what you do here, which is so cool.
Yes.
How the heck did you end up in New York?
The day my grandmother passed away, I felt like I had lost a part of my heart. And I was actually not in the culinary world, but it was in that moment I vowed to my grandmother that I wanted to be more like her and bring joy to people through food.
Did you always have a passion for dessert?
Yes, I ate chocolates every day. I don't even know why my dad allowed me to do that.
Susanna's passion for sweets took her to the pastry program at the International Culinary Center in New York City. After graduation, she landed a coveted job at the renowned French eatery, Café Boulud. What was it like breaking into the industry as a woman who pivoted her career?
It was marked by a lot of fear and some excitement. I was pretty quiet and reserved, but after working just like a few days in the kitchen, I quickly realized the need to be more vocal and assertive.
Susanna then honed her skills at Thomas Keller's Michelin-starred Per Se, developing an eye for precision.
Talking or even smiling was not really encouraged. The kitchen was really quiet. Everyone was super focused.
In those high-intensity environments, how did you keep your head held high?
I didn't. Sorry, I didn't keep my head was always down. I was always working. It was just really mentally and physically demanding.
But working 15-hour days didn't deter Susanna. Her ultimate goal was to be her own boss. In 2014, she opened her own shop, a cozy Nolita store called Stick With Me. Her mission, to provide memorable gifting moments with elegant bites just like her grandmother.
I feel like beautiful and delicious chocolate should be available for all of life's special moments.
Originally, all production and sales were run out of the Nolita store. But during the pandemic, when many food businesses faced closure, Susanna's online sales spiked. Susanna opened her Brooklyn factory 2 years ago. When she started out, Susanna sold about 15,000 boxes a year. Today, they're on track to sell 70,000. Some people may not know that you have a second location.
Yes.
And it's in Korea.
Yes. I really wanted to reconnect with my heritage and be able to share a new chocolate experience from New York City with Seoul, Korea.
These views are crazy. At her factory, Susanna believes that to do their best work, her staff needs to feel their best.
I wanted a positive space for my staff. If you want to like brainstorm some fun and creative ideas, you need to feel good every day.
Even the industrial kitchen is laid out with shorter frames in mind.
I basically built the kitchen so that I could reach everything. It's more built for female chefs.
Susanna's staff, which happens to be all women, appreciates the environment fostered by their boss.
She always wants us to have a good work-life balance. I would never really want to ask off for any other places that I've worked at before.
Right?
Yeah, but I think definitely whatever you value is super important for her.
Susanna also provides regular training sessions so employees can keep enhancing their skills. No longer confined by someone else's rules, Susanna can let her imagination run wild.
The lighter color, milk chocolate, darker color, dark chocolate, and white chocolate. Those were the 3 colors I got to use when I was working at Per Se. And so when I left, I wanted to make it more colorful, more vibrant.
That vibrancy is exactly why her bonbons have received plenty of accolades. Even Oprah is a fan. Like any artist, Susanna and her team follow a painstaking process to create each bonbon. And it starts with the finest ingredients from around the world.
We have to make a lot of orders from different places and different farms to get the perfect ingredients that we need.
Vanilla beans sourced from Tahiti give confections a more floral flavor. Matcha is hand-carried from Japan, and buttery Elliott pecans are shipped right from Georgia. It can take up to 2 days to make a batch of these intricate bonbons.
I know this is cheesy, but I feel like a kid in a candy store, Susanna.
I couldn't wait to put my bonbon making skills to the test with one of the shop's best sellers.
So we're gonna make the pecan pie bonbon.
Each bonbon is decorated by hand. Susanna starts the process by splatter painting the mold.
So we're gonna make it rain.
Okay, let's make it rain.
All right. So I like to put my arms up a little bit higher and then just let it gently drop.
Next, it's onto the tempering machine, where Susanna creates the silky smooth chocolate shell.
So the goal is to make sure that the chocolate's inside the mold and not outside the mold.
Okay.
We're gonna turn on the vibrating table. It's gonna help us get all the air bubbles out. When you see it looks good, it's time to create the perfect shell. Take a peek, make sure it's perfect, keep it level.
Okay, I'm really nervous, but we're gonna crush it.
And then stop. All right.
Hold on.
You got it, and the sides.
Guys, this is crazy. Sensitive to temperature, humidity, and time, chocolate can be very difficult to work with. Many professional chefs, myself included, struggle to master this sweet. Susanna's chocolatiers work with her for months to learn each step in the bonbon making process. After the shells cool and set, it's time to pipe the layers of flavor. First up, sea salt caramel.
When you pipe, it's almost like a clock.
Let's see if I can handle this. I can handle it.
You can do it.
Thank you.
All right, next step is filling it with our golden candy pecans. All right, we made a pecan praline, and now we're gonna pipe this in.
Okay, great. Okay, wish me luck. Oh man. What would you say the most important step in the process is?
Every step is the most important step in the process.
Speaking like a Michelin pastry chef over here, my friend. The filled bonbons refrigerate to set. And then it's time for the final step. A double seal of chocolate creates a perfect uniform shell. Wow. After a final rest in the climate-controlled chocolate room, it's time for the big reveal. Okay, I'm so excited.
Oh, there's one stubborn one.
There she is. They turned out gorgeous.
Yes.
These are so beautiful. How about we taste all of our hard work?
Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Wow. It's just so texturally satisfying. After a hard day of making and tasting chocolates, I joined Susanna's team for what they call Family Meal. The ladies gather once a week to celebrate their successes and relish in their fierce female workforce.
I think there's a lot of kindness here. We all want to hear what the other ones have to say.
What's the best piece of advice that Chef Susanna has given you?
Really focus on like your mental health so that when you come to work, you can be the best that you can be.
I could never show up to a dinner party empty-handed, so I put my own spin on one of Susanna's beloved bonbons, the Black Sesame, inspired by her grandmother.
It was so good.
You like it?
So good, yum.
Creating special memories with food is definitely something I'm all about. It's that legacy of giving that continues to inspire Susanna.
What do you think your grandmother would think of this place? She was always proud of me. I would bring her a cup of water and she would say, "Oh my God, this water that you brought for me tastes like honey." And so I know that she would be looking down and feeling really happy about what I built here.
I think we can all agree that chocolate is good for the soul. My sweet tooth is certainly satisfied, but it's these ladies behind the bean who are making a lasting impression and taking chocolate to new heights. From Puerto Rico to right here in New York City, the women of the chocolate world know what it means to break the mold.
Ah, pizza. The golden crust, the tangy sauce, and that ooey gooey cheese. It's no surprise that this divine creation is one of America's most popular foods. But in the countless pizzerias I've been to, it's still pretty rare to see a woman tossing dough or tending a giant oven. I'm Elena Besser. I'm a professional chef,